And can we test that we can hear him? Because I'm not hearing anything ambient.
Seb Brash with my sound check.
And if you get in the wrong spot with the aircon, it's going to be still brisk. Okay, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Cheryl Langdon Orr. I have the honour and the privilege of working with some of the fabulous team who put this conference together under the new and much appreciated name of AUIGF. And I want to particularly recognise the traditional owners of all the countries that all of us are joining in from today, and would like very much to ensure that we also welcome both in national and international guests and recognise the traditional lands and landowners that so many of those places have never ceded control of to colonies and other countries. Can I also just ask you to be very mindful today on our code of conduct? We do respect each other's diversity of views, and even if we disagree with each other, we must have our conduct the becoming type, not the unbecoming type. And for those of you who want the details, there is a link going to be dropped magically into the chat space in the Zoom room with a full link to the details of our code of conduct. Excuse me again. Rather than belabor the point, I'd just also like to remind you that we would very much appreciate if you did join the Zoom room, and you could then put your hands up in the Zoom room if you wanted to make a particular intervention. But also that we do have microphones in 2 positions in the room here for this stream today. And if you are in the room, then please feel free to line up at any point, because we want this to be an interactive session. Line up at one of the microphones and we'll recognise you. But most importantly, Christopher is here acting as the remote chat moderator, and he will be the same as someone lining up. So if someone is a remote participant, their lining up is exactly the same as yours, and it might look like queue jumping, but that's okay because we're doing a hybrid first approach. When you are making an intervention, please take the time to introduce yourself, even if, like me, you think people probably recognise you, and where you're from, and indeed if you are representing anybody in particular. I think, boss, I've done the housekeeping now. Have I missed anything out? Excellent. Right, just had to check with the boss. Otherwise, I get a note passed to me later and my wrist slapped. Okay, now, the other thing I would like to very much recognise, and this is specifically for the fabulous support from the Department of Infrastructure in many things, and that is our Auslan interpretation and our captioning. The AUIGF, even if it in its previous forms of NetThing, has taken accessibility and equity of being able to engage very seriously indeed. And we really do appreciate the sponsorship and the commitment to making sure that this is a no barriers conversation. And while we're talking about a no barriers conversation, that's what at the moment only Sebastian and I, but that's all right. We'll wing it, won't we, my friend? All of our presenters are remote today, and only two of the 3 seems to be lost out in cyberspace, but that's all right. Sebastian and I will manage. But what we did want to have planned here is very much a Q&A approach. So we want your interventions. We want your views. This isn't a matter of listening to the panelists. It's a matter of talking with each other. So this should be storytelling and sharing. So let's see, even though it is the first of a whole day's event and it's day 2 and not everybody will have got their coffee or got into the room, let's see if we can make this as interactive as possible. I also want to recognise that I might just pull out a few people and ask them to come to the microphone. So Pirate, be prepared. Just because I would like to make sure that we do get what I recognise here as many of the different voices that should be talking about this absolutely vital subject, the environment and the internet. Now, we have opportunity and risk, and we will recognise that some of us will be coming from a particular perspective. If Shauna Finnegan from the Association of Progressive Communications joins us, a huge amount of her work and the work that they've done over more than the last decade has looked at identifying and spotlighting some of the downsides to the cost to climate and the cost to environment from big tech, from data centers, from the incredible amount of energy usage, heat, all sorts of things that goes on with that. But we also have solutions. There can be ways. The fact that we have remote participants, be nice if they all turned up, but the fact that we do have remote participants means that we don't have those carbon credits that we will be building up from international travel. We can do more remote work. That makes a difference between petrol usage and various other things. So let's look at both sides of these coins. We also hope to be joined by Edmund Cheung, and Edmund, who is the Chief Executive Officer of .Asia, and also a member of the Internet Corporations for Assigned Names and Numbers Board. One of the things that he and some of a consortia in the .Asia cohort have been looking at is some research, so there is some data to make data-driven decisions and to move us away from just reaction and opinion into some material that we can use as a scientific basis for making decisions going forward. So that brings me to actually being able to introduce, and I'm going to have to put my glasses on, Seb, sorry, I've been literally up all night and longer, so I can't read my screen, it's too small. But I do want to welcome Sebastian, particularly because he's turned up at this hour, a fellow Aussie. He's from the Tech Council of Australia. He's had extensive experience in public policy and particularly looking at that nexus and intersection between industry, science and technology. So that's where I certainly get excited. His other roles before this role of the Tech Council has included, but certainly not limited to, lead technology advisor in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. And he's held a number of departmental of industry, science and resources roles in the Victorian Department and indeed in the Department of Education. And I'd like you to talk to me more about that during that, because if we can actually do some communication, Seb, not only with each other, but in terms of outreach and education, you might have something to say to us about that. Now, he's not here to champion the industry side, but he certainly is focusing on the industry side. And in the absence of Shauna and Edmund, I would like the audience, and I suppose I'll take some opportunity myself to play devil's advocate as well as sharing our personal perspectives. So Sebastian, as our only panelist, guess what? It's over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you indeed for the opportunity to be part of the panel. I did catch a glimpse, and it looks like my figure is looking like monolithic looming over the room, which is kind of quite distressing. So I'm going to try and put that out of memory. I can't quite see also everybody in the audience, but it is a pleasure to be with you all, and thank you for taking the time to listen. And I do hope we're joined by the other panelists, but if not, it is great to those messages at the start. I'm very pleased that we're going to have an interactive session here, and because I'm expecting that there's going to be lots of expertise and wisdom on the floor that can contribute to what is obviously a very important issue, which is climate and the internet. So thrilled to be here. Thank you very much. I thought I might just start with a little bit of background on the tech sector, the Tech Council, and then get into a little bit of the focus on where I see industries, how they're thinking about climate and how they're thinking about energy and the energy transition. And then, as we said, we can move into a fairly dynamic conversation as we see fit. So Australia's technology sector is very dynamic. It's one of the most kind of fastest growing sectors in the Australian economy. Currently, it employs 935,000 people, and by our calculations, that makes it the 7th largest employing industry in Australia. The sector has 100 companies valued over 100 million and around 20 tech unicorns. So that's nearly triple the number we had a decade ago. So I say that to sort of paint a picture that the tech industry in Australia has not always been sort of a significant part of the economy, but it's emerging as something that is quite significant and I guess paint that as a picture for the trajectory on where we're heading within Australia, and certainly in the Tech Council where we'd like to head in terms of growth and expansion here. Tech Council of Australia ourselves, we represent this sector. We advocate for the interests of over 160 members across the tech ecosystems. What I'd like to stress about that represents both some of the large companies within our membership base. So that's sort of your Googles and your Microsofts, but very, very importantly for us, that also reflects the innovative sort of startup end in the Australian kind of ecosystem as well. So we really try and have a focus across the growth cycle, and in particular place a lot of emphasis in our early stage companies. We champion policies that are principally about growth and innovation. That's very much what our members are looking for. You'll be aware we have a shared commitment to reach 1.2 million tech jobs by 2030, which we're well on track to meet. But increasingly, and most importantly for this conversation today, Tech Council and the tech industry are recognising that climate and energy and tech is a very important focus and something that we should be making a much more explicit aspect of what we're talking about and focusing on within the industry. So it is a great opportunity to chat today. So tech and climate and internet and climate change. I would term this as, and my kind of key message is this is an evolving but essential kind of alliance here between climate and the tech industry. They often seem as distinct, and often technology and the issues surrounding technology are not discussed in the same frame as climate change. But I think we'll start to see this connection becoming increasingly central to our future. Tech Council proudly support Australian organisations that are breaking new ground and providing technology solutions to big challenges, including climate change. We know that the road to net zero and creating a more sustainable society in Australia depends on innovation. I think that's really key, is innovation being essential to delivering and meeting our climate objectives. You're seeing this play out globally, and with major tech companies increasingly turning their attention to climate challenges. So, for example, and many in the room will be aware that Microsoft and Google are pledging to become carbon negative by 2030, but that is also coming from the ground up as well within the sector. So I'm going to turn to two areas that in Australia, the tech industry is currently focusing its thinking, and also where the Tech Council is currently focusing our thinking around climate-related objectives. And they'll likely be quite familiar to those in the room. The first is energy efficiency through data centres, and then also the emergence of what we term consumer energy resources, but this is really sort of solar, batteries, different kinds of technologies that will start to make an increasing contribution to our energy system. So I'll start with data centers first, and then move into consumer energy resources, and then move back to you, Cheryl. So with data centers, we all know that they're incredibly energy intensive, and this is a problem that we're experiencing right now, but also it's in the context of massive growth that's going to be experienced in the sector as well. So Mandala released some research last week that I encourage everybody to go and have a look at. Very kind of informative a piece of analysis there on the data center industry in Australia. But just to pull out a few stats, data centers currently use around 1% of Australia's total electricity, which is massive. And then with internet connected devices are set to double by 2030, we're also expecting data center capacity to double as well. So large energy consumption and only growing as well. So this poses a conundrum to policymakers, and we're frequently in a lot of these discussions that how do we also grow the digital economy while also maintaining progress towards our climate objectives? And this is especially important when we think about the trend towards the economy becoming more digital itself. So as the economy becomes more digitized, growing the digital economy is going to be the same thing as growing the economy. But at the same time, we have to think about how we kind of maintain our essential obligations towards getting to net zero. So what we're currently doing is a stream of activity where bringing together some of the data center operators and many senior government stakeholders to discuss some of these matters. But in particular, we're exploring the way data centers can play, not be just framed as part of the problem, which is, I think, often the debate that you see playing out within Australia, but thinking about how data centers can be seen as part of the solution as well. So and again, kind of pointing to this Mandala research, which I encourage everybody to look at, what that shows is these facilities aggregate digital services that would otherwise be distributed across the economy. And this promotes sort of greater energy efficiency at scale, and while also supporting growth in the digital economy. And also these facilities are large, stable energy consumers and can be sort of brought into the conversation around energy demand and be seen as sort of strategic partners. So in the US, you'll be aware that there are lots of power purchase agreements, and they're sort of underwriting or underpinning, bringing a lot more renewable energy into the grid. So that's an opportunity, I think, that we need to start to be thinking about how we can bring that into frame here. I'll just say a quick word on consumer energy resources. So where the energy landscape is rapidly evolving, and we're seeing a lot of these technologies enter into our grid. This is going to introduce a lot of complexity, and we're going to transition from an energy system that it was built around large centralized management of traditional energy sources to something that is going to be much more sort of complicated, distributed, and in a way, a lot more sort of compute intensive as well. When somebody was talking to me about this, they said the story here is not unlike the internet, where you have sort of decentralized management of different contributions across a network, which in the context of energy is a very complex thing to manage. So in our view, the tech sector has a vital role to play here in terms of creating solutions for demand management, smart grids, even AI sort of forecasting methods. And I've also spoken to our quantum members around kind of what could the role of quantum modeling be in this space as well. So innovation is necessary for this distributed grid to make sense and to work. And although it's sort of an early phase and we're still kind of in the deployment and delivery of a lot of these technologies, we have to see that the tech sector and Australian innovation has a vital role to underpinning all of the rollout of this new phase of energy technologies. So I think key message across both of those points is that the tech sector cares very deeply about renewable energy, and cares very deeply about meeting net zero targets, and should be considered as part of the solution and a key partner in delivering those objectives. So Cheryl, I'll throw back to you, and happy to pick up discussion wherever you'd like after that.
Yes, we're going to be winging it, I'm afraid, Sebastian, but I'm sure you and I can manage. Thank you so very much for that. I just wanted to perhaps pause for a moment and see if there's anyone in the audience who would like to step forward and from their personal perspective, just react to some of what we've heard from the Tech Council perspective, or just make a cause for why this issue is as important as it is, I believe, and should be for everybody. I note we do have some representatives from small island states here. Could I encourage Cocos to come to the microphone and share what is a pretty scary position, because it's going to be too little too late if, all very good having these solutions presented, but guys, how long before you're up to your knees?
Frank Mills, and thank you for putting me on the spot like this.
My pleasure, Frank.
Very much appreciated. Yeah, look, in terms of Cocos, we've got enormous issues out there, and depending on the science that you believe, there could be between 40 and 100 years the islands will be underwater. So that's a significant challenge in itself. I think a more immediate challenge, though, in terms of climate change, obviously we've got rising sea levels and we have cyclones and weather events every year. Seems the Australian government has stepped back from any responsibility in providing a reliable internet service to the Cocos Keeling Islands, and the Shire itself has now taken on the mantle of doing that. I just wonder, in terms of Australian government, as to where their responsibilities lie in not only providing internet service as it does to mainland Australia, but also the actual governance of internet itself, and how we engage with the Commonwealth to provide something that is compatible to disaster situations, so that all of community on Cocos, and we bear in mind we have a large percentage of the population who are non-English speaking, how we can develop something that will capture the entire audience that needs to be captured in times of need. So I guess, yeah, look, we're in for a world of hurt in years to come. But in the meantime, we need to have better investment in terms of governance and internet governance, and how we go about, I guess, being able to deliver messages to people. So I'll sort of throw that out there, and happy to take advice from anyone.
Well, that sounds like there's not only a problem well articulated, Frank, but also some opportunity that at least some of the members of the Tech Council should be salivating about. Because let's assume that maybe the government isn't going to just step up and wave a magic wand, but what perhaps if there was some clever partnership and some clever thinking where some sort of tax benefit could be given to the corporates that do come in and invest and look to solutions. We got to be clever about some of this, haven't we?
Absolutely. We've got to think completely out of the box.
Yeah.
In terms of how to do things in such remote locations. And it's not just Cocos. There's areas right around Australia, even on the mainland, that have the same sort of issues. And how we go about that, I guess it's getting the right people to the table with the right motivations to have those conversations. But it's a real struggle to get the right people with the right motivations to sit down and start looking at creative solutions to solve problems that have been around a long time, and people have known they're coming, and pretty much even now, the Commonwealth still won't come to the table and have those discussions. We're finding it really difficult to get ministerial support to have those discussions. So, we'll keep on knocking on doors, but sooner or later somebody's got to put their hand up, and it'd be great if the Tech Council would put their hand up and say, hey, look, we'll lead that for you.
Only needs a convener. Well, there's a challenge for you. So, we're not going to ask you to sign on the dotted line here, but there is opportunity, because if we get it right for this territorial issue, which is absolutely Australia's problem, right, then that's something that can be hopefully deployed wider and have global implications, because like climate is shared. It doesn't really have borders, does it? The effects are not just on us. It's affecting everybody. And more importantly, it's affecting it irreversibly, or potentially irreversibly, for generations to come. Now, as much as I enjoy scuba diving, I don't want to live in some sort of sub-water environment where, you know, we have to constantly come up for air and go under some bubble to survive. You know, that's sci-fi stuff. I'll enjoy that on a late night viewing. It's certainly not the reality I want my grandchildren to be coming into. And I guess it shouldn't be at the cost of going backwards in terms of the communication benefits we have when we do have access to the internet. We heard yesterday from Saria and Andrew and Maureen about solar power has made such a difference to having 24/7 access to internet on their small islands, right? And they're very dispersed communities. But that's the trigger. It's not running something from a standard power grid. It's an alternative energy source. And there's a resistance, and I'd like you to address this if you could, Seb. There's a resistance between the traditionalists, whether it's in telecoms or power. This is how we've always done it. This is how we've always managed our grids. You know, other is not us. How do we break those barriers down? And as you said, Frank, get some clever thinking, some out of the box thinking actually happening.
Yeah, it's a great question. And look, thank you, Alex. I think if I've caught your name correctly, thank you so much for sharing your experience of what's taking place in COCUS. I'm less familiar specifically what is happening in that environment, but I'll say just more generally that kind of bringing essential services, making sure that there is the focus of what needs to be in kind of more regional settings that are kind of away from the more populous parts of Australia is a kind of broadly felt issue, certainly. And you would hope that an issue as kind of existential as climate change and the kind of net zero kind of focus that we purport to have across our society is something that could break down those boundaries that you mentioned there. I think possibly two things here. I think what we do within the Tech Council is we see our job as much trying to kind of foster the right understanding or the correct understanding of what is felt by industry within government. That is one direction, but we also try and work within our members and within the Australian tech industry to make sure that they understand that kind of what their actions, how their actions aligns with their values as a company. And I think many would be kind of surprised about how deeply the tech industry feels about issues outside of kind of those that are found with traditional private sector companies. Many kind of take a strong focus on net zero, many take a strong focus on many different kinds of issues. So I think there is certainly a space to work with our industry to deliver what is needed in different communities and not just focus on large market segments, definitely. But that is kind of an area of collaboration and partnership that needs to be found. And it's probably about as much finding the space and the meeting point of the different audiences within government, the stakeholders and the industry, finding the space for those collaborative conversations as it's much getting people to agree on the ends, because I think everybody agrees on the values in the ends. It's the challenge is getting people to have those more focused conversations. I don't have a silver bullet, but I think, I certainly think that within our sector, within the technology sector, you'll find very strong supporters of trying to find those solutions.
Yeah, look, thanks for that. And I'll just throw it out there. I've had many conversations with the Commonwealth in relation to switching from diesel power generation to solar for the COCUS Keeling. And the Commonwealth have made it very clear that they have no intention of supporting solar power on COCUS Keeling Islands. This is a matter that's been raised with government, and we don't seem to be able to get any traction around a move for the future to get rid of the diesel power and look at solar, which, you know, I mean, we're in the middle of the Indian Ocean, sun shines pretty much every day, and it's a no-brainer if you look at it. But how do we go about getting that argument on the table where someone's going to listen?
Oh, look, I'm going to be a radical surprise here and suggest we need more voices to get certain, at least elected officials, to recognise where it's going to hurt. And that means more voices that are Australian need to understand the situation, be annoyed about the lack of planning and foresight, and make it not just a caucus problem, but an Australian issue. And when it starts hitting people in the popularity stakes, maybe the moods might change. So sometimes we have to really spotlight a issue and get ownership on that issue, as we do with other parts of environmental activism. You know, we'll get people up in arms over a particular bird or a particular frog or a, you know, some sort of mushroom, and it can make a difference. But you've got to get a tipping point where, sadly, the attention that it's given is a motivator for those who should be paying more attention and responding more, I'm going to say, intelligently and cautiously. But that's just me being a difficult old lady. What do you think, Sebastian?
I'm happy to join you in being a difficult old lady as well. I don't know if I have anything more wise or intelligent to add to that. Sure. Yeah.
All right. So we can perhaps move forward with deliberately trying to make that happen. And we're here for internet and internet governance, right? It's all about communication. It's literally about sharing information and getting the right information from the right source to the right endpoint. And so maybe the use of internet and, dare I say, social media and all of those other things that may or not be seen as good or bad, but certainly do have an effect. Maybe we need to be, again, a bit of out of the box thinking, like you suggested earlier. Please.
Hi. Also, sorry. Gabriel Nugent representing, probably myself, but I'm here with AP Nick to run cameras.
Hey,
not right this second. So obviously, from the perspective of forward progress, as Sebastian said, we don't want to move backwards. However, in this present moment, for the past year, maybe 2 years, we've of course been looking at technologies that we've been told are pushing us forward and forward, internet connected technologies, like, God, say the blockchain, or like all the hype around large language models, things like that. These are meant to, keyword meant to, progress us forward, but they are putting such an unbelievable strain on our resources that companies like Google and Microsoft are like almost doubling their power usage, I believe. So, you know, we can generate a terrible looking picture of a human being without learning how to draw. At what point do governments or some sort of regulatory body need to step in and weigh up the progress compared to the energy usage and pull things back a bit? Because like at the rate we're going, if we're going to keep pushing this crap into everyone's phone, into everyone's laptop, like even the stuff that works entirely offline, that's still going to push your laptop harder. It's still going to push your data center harder. It's going to do all that. Like we're barreling even faster towards climate destruction for the sake of what? And at what point can we just tell like Google, Microsoft, no, maybe not this time?
Wow. Okay, there's a challenge. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, sure. No, look, thank you. It's a great there's a series of points you've made there, and I really appreciate you making them. I think In terms of how I tried to construct my kind of opening introduction, and the kind of maybe the main message from me is the tech sector and technology companies are integral to being part of the solution to our climate problems. That's not the same thing as saying that whatever tech companies do should be given kind of carte blanche, or that we should not be kind of thinking in a disciplined way about how we use our resources. I think the distinction I'm trying to draw, at least in the way that I would frame the issue, is that we will start to hit our targets not through holding back, but through finding innovative solutions. And I think that's not just within kind of the technology sector itself, but we need lots of innovation in energy technologies. We need lots of innovation in the way that we kind of transmit energy around the grid. Lots of these sorts of issues will come through kind of new and better ways of doing things. And also that will come with some resource cost as well. But more substantially to the point you were making, is there's an element around kind of the way traditional markets are operating, and kind of the relationship between kind of demand for particular kinds of products, the cost to those products in an environmental sense, and then the practice of companies supplying and meeting that demand. I think we need to think very seriously about all of that. The example you used was a phone and the kind of materials cost that goes into those. We need to think in a way that is holistic, and in a way that is practical around how we can intervene in that space that will actually promote the change we want. I sort of say that to say that if we think about this as only an issue for tech companies to solve, we won't solve the issue, because what we're also talking about is consumer preference, behavior, certain kinds of markets. So I think from my personal perspective, this is certainly an area that we need to explore, but it's not one for tech companies solely to solve on their own.
Okay, I'd like to offer anyone else in the room, if you've got a comment or an issue you'd like to bring forward, but I am going to start, I'm afraid, pulling out at least one person, and that's Jordan. But I'd like you to pop your hat on from your .Asia perspective, and perhaps just say why entities like .Asia are interested in looking at the environmental cost of running internet registries. Is that something you could share with us? Well, talk about skating it in and getting you off the hook. Edmund, where are you, my friend?
Hello, I'm here. I'm trying to turn on my camera for the last little while. Not
Okay.
able to.
I can live without seeing you, but I desire desperately to hear you on exactly what I was trying to pin Jordan down on.
No problem. Sorry. For some reason my phone hang, and I'm in Hong Kong right now, and the alarm didn't go off, but I am naturally awake at this point. But I think, following from what Seb was saying, and the discussion about how to motivate governments to actually pay attention, that's where .Asia and actually APNIC Foundation a few years ago, when the pandemic hit and the surge of the use of the internet came by, we looked at the climate change issue with the, I guess the carbon footprint of the internet infrastructure itself, and started working on what we now call the Eco Internet Project. And what it is that, and I'll just send the quick link to the chat room so those who are on Zoom can take a quick look. What it is that it is an index that looks at the relative eco-friendliness of the internet infrastructure within particular jurisdictions, like in Australia versus in New Zealand versus in Japan or Taiwan. And well, one interesting thing is, after what we what we've done is that we've between 2020 and 2022, we developed a with a group of uh, 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 advisors, um, a a a model that looks at three aspects. One is economy. I think one of the questions asked was how do you weigh between developing the internet, which we think it's important. I mean, more is good, but how much more? What does it replace? If it replaces a more carbon heavy way of doing things, then that's probably a plus. If it is, not, then that's not. So that aspect of economy weighs between replacement of the digital economy with the more heavy industries. The second aspect that the framework looked at is energy. Of course, the energy that powers the internet. So is it using renewable energy? And so that's a simple axis. That's a second axis. A third axis is the efficiency axis. How efficient is the infrastructure? How efficient is the network? And that's a model that we've used. And last year at the IGF, we published the first ranking. So essentially, this is a framework that develops a scoring and comes up with the ranking. The ranking, of course, different frameworks, different things. So it's not a absolute value of how much carbon footprint each particular jurisdiction has for the internet, but as I said, the three aspects, or what we call the three axes in economy, energy, and efficiency, and weigh the balance between them and come up with a ranking score. And actually, for those interested, New Zealand came up first and Japan second through the 15 jurisdictions that we looked at. Australia is at fifth behind Korea and Taiwan. Not too bad. But I guess the idea is to spark the conversation, right? A lot of governments, uh, 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 not to put pressure on them, but at least, there's the idea for the eco internet is a conversation starter, is that it is an important discussion. It is an important thing that we think about when we build out the server farms, when we build out the capabilities. However, what is it replacing? Are there policies to be done? And one of the highlight cases is actually Japan. Um, because the Eco Internet Index is not just the calculation, but we did a little bit of a case study on New Zealand and Japan. And one thing that came out really interesting is that Japan spent a lot of time working out policies to address these issues because it was just less than a decade ago, one of the largest coal and I guess, dirty energy users in the world, and it turned around within the decade into much more greener energy, especially powering the internet, and also when it has, in fact, a policy that looks at digital inclusion alongside sustainability, which means when they go out to the rural areas to get people connected, it comes with solar energy, wind, or cleaner energy, and that's something that's really interesting because when you're looking at people that's off grid, in fact, the infrastructure first built in would be using cleaner energy, and that makes the difference. So, I guess that's as an introduction. And sorry again for being a little bit late, and that's the Eco Internet Index and ecointernet.asia. You can check it out. And I think that's the part where .asia is leading the effort, but APNIC Foundation actually is a close collaborator on that. And with the index, in the coming couple of years, our job is to engage governments to look at, hey, this is how you're ranking, this is the reason why, and these are some of the policies that perhaps you can think about and from different regions and different areas, and how it will affect the ranking.
Guess what, government? What's your reaction? There's the microphone right next to you. This is an opportunity for, yes, don't look around. You're the only government person in the building. Everyone else is still asleep. It's what happens from working with me. You get picked on. We are not asking you to represent the government at all. Anything you say is just in a cone of silence. But surely there must be even a competitive opportunity here to say, look what one country has done in a decade. It is possible at home. And I do want to warn you that COCUS has told us that you lot aren't listening to them at all, and you've got dissed badly, okay? So there you go. That's the framework you're working with.
The only thing I think I'll add, so it's Jamie McPherson, Internet Governance Team, Australian Government, is just from working in government for over 10 years now in different parts of government. Yes, indexes are something that resonates with government, with public servants. It creates a kind of useful tool to refer to include in briefing. I think it's also really helpful to give all the information you can about how the index was compiled, any limitations, data limitations, like any criticisms, all that stuff, because you don't give that to us, then we will find it, and when we're preparing our briefing, and it'll kind of not diminish, but it'll need to be included, basically, just to give a full picture. And look as well, if there are other tools that are doing similar things, it's also useful to flag those. So don't know if that's a helpful comment, but just
it's more than helpful, Jamie. Thank you. I guess what we're trying to reflect here, and look, we can see Edmund. That's wonderful. Hello, my friend. We apparently aren't getting the conversations happening with the right people around the right table at the right times right now. And so there's I'm going to use that word, an inflection point, that we've got an opportunity where industry could be excited about partnerships and working in novel ways and thinking outside the box to meet community needs. And if we can meet a community need that works for COCUS, then guess what? It can work more broadly globally with a lot of small island states, and therefore that could be a driver for tech companies and industry to be more motivated to look to some of these solutions. So it's just getting the people around to have the conversation, to do the thinking, but it's got to be data driven, obviously. Just coming from it at a emotional level, whilst it's perfectly understanding with something, when literally, countries are drowning in the next decade or longer, but not that long, 50 years and 100 years, and that's way too short a time. And turning the boat around is difficult in that type of time frame. But getting enough pressure on all of us to go, okay, we can't go backwards, but how are we going to look to things to be clever about things going forward could be very interesting. I'd like to go back to your point, and that was the push on what is just delivered to consumers on the assumption that if it's new and it's bright and it's shiny and it's already, involved in the thing, you're all going to love it, you're all going to want it, you're all going to have to upgrade. The battery's going to drop out of your old one anyway because it's designed with redundancy, and you can't, of course, replace any of these parts. And so you're driven to using equipment that is bringing with it a greater cost, an energy cost. And this is possibly one of the more difficult situations because you've got market drivers to convince consumers to do more with more expensive, including for the environment, options. But that's because they want us to have new, because that's their business. More widgets need to be bought. But are there ways, if we're going to do, as COCUS suggested, do some out-of-the-box thinking, are there ways that we can encourage industry and business to still have a commercial plan, but bring along with it certain environmental responsibilities. It's happened with safety. You know, I can't put out my toxins and my pollution, and, you know, I have to have a thermometer that is not mercury based anymore. I mean, you know, there are ways of forcing change. We have seen it happen in safety. Sebastian, and think about this as well. Thank you, Edmund. Is there opportunity here? Is it only going to have to be regulation? Can the industry and the innovators actually be convinced to do this without the hand of government forcing it to follow a certain set of guidelines?
Yeah, great question. And look, that obviously evokes the journey that Australia's been on in terms of the climate wars and all of this for the last sort of decade or longer, in terms of the trend in Australian policymaking and the attitudes that Australians have towards what we expect in terms of what kinds of intervention when it comes to climate and energy policies. I won't wade too deeply into that because I'm not sure I'll offer anything useful to contribute to that. I think one thing that is at least creates some sense of optimism is you are seeing within not just the tech sector, but across kind of markets around the world, plummeting costs of the kinds of technologies that we need to deploy at scale. So there are reasons to think that we are kind of getting more momentum towards doing what we need to do in terms of creating energy transition. It's very uncontroversial to say that won't be enough, and that there is a role for government here. And precisely what that role is, we're seeing explored in various ways around the world. The current government is taking, I think, a very industry policy focused way of delivering the kind of change we need to see, which is sort of trying to foster the growth and deployment and innovation in the technologies that they feel are necessary. That there are pros and cons to that approach, but I think there is probably reason to think that a broader perspective could be useful. But precisely what that is, I'm not a kind of climate policy expert as well, and probably return to the fact that Australia has, I think, a stronger role here to play than we are playing in terms of delivering the kinds of products, technologies, and innovations that we need to make our transition work. We are not a huge spender on R&D. We're not a huge kind of, we have great ideas, but we don't translate them into the kinds of solutions that we need. And at the same time, we are one of these renewable energy superpowers. So there is a huge opportunity in front of us if we can kind of think about how we can kind of frame and guide our economy towards solving those national challenges. And as I've sort of said in my kind of opening statement, the tech sector wants to be part of that journey. The tech sector wants to not just in terms of the growth opportunity it provides to some companies, but deeply feel that they are part of kind of creating the change that is needed to meet our net zero objectives.
Thank you for that, Sebastian. I'm going to come back to you and Edmund for some final words in a moment, but I'd like to challenge the audience, as well as yourselves, to contemplate where we can go from this sort of worthy panel, which is, you know, an hour out of our lives and then we all go off and get into something else. How do we make this into something actionable? What is going to force us to do the facilitation of the out-of-the-box thinking that is clearly what is required? It's going to include uncomfortable conversations, and that's just part of it. But Australia is good at doing uncomfortable conversations. we are, I believe, in a unique situation, as you've pointed out, with our opportunities for renewables, but also as our knowledge industry. We are good at, as you see, thinking up stuff. We can be very innovative. So that leads us to partnership opportunities and various other things. So that's our individual challenge, but perhaps what we can take as an action item from an Australian Internet Governance Forum perspective is to make sure that, at least in the short term, because we don't have a long term to fiddle around with it, do we? In the short term, we keep this conversation on the agenda. Our cost of internet to environment is something we need to keep a very close eye on, and we need to try and talk about doing it smarter, doing it better, and even using some of these things like artificial intelligence, right? If it's a wholly interoperable system that we are able to continue to run, then there is less demand for purely proprietorial information and management, even on managing your energy grids. So let's do some clever thinking. I would like now just to go back, first of all, to Edmund, because he hasn't had enough time with us, for anything you really would love to have said in just a couple of minutes, please.
Certainly, thank you, and sorry again. So in response, actually, there was a question for me earlier. The full details of where the data came from and how the thing is compiled is actually on the full report, and you can check it out on ecointernet.asia. But one of the things I think Sebastian touched on is cost driver, right? I mean, that's certainly a very important thing, and I do believe that industry needs to work on it. And one of the things that we've seen in terms of policies and stuff that actually helps drive costs and data efficiently is as simple as backing up data and doing some administrative stuff and off-peak hours, right? I mean, that's a very simple concept, and I think many data centers and especially users like some of the companies, I believe Google has that as well. It just makes cost sense because you don't need as much infrastructure bandwidth when you do certain things off peak hours. This is a simple one, but there are many others that companies can actually put in that actually helps drive costs down. And in terms of who has a role, I mean, of course, earlier I talked about government's role, but I think the Eco-Internet Index narrative that we worked on with a number of experts is that everyone does have a role. It's from end users in terms of creating a culture, picking the apps that you care about, and also users of data centers who and how you pick data centers. And here again comes into policy part where whether they are required to report on their carbon footprint and stuff helps consumers as well as those who are looking for data center services to pick and choose, right? And just one last point. In fact, as we started on the Eco-Internet project, we observe also that IETF is spending, there is a group that is developed in terms of looking at protocol, well, for lack of a better way, I forgot the name, but how much the protocol actually creates more data and more, carbon footprint versus making protocols themselves more efficient and compressing things as they go on the wire and so on, but not compressing it too much when it is it requires computational power at the two ends, and where do you strike the balance? So I think every little point counts, and as Cheryl said, well, it's now or never.
Sebastian, 60 seconds, please.
I'll be quick and build off, I think, a point you were making yourself, Cheryl, earlier. But I think maybe the message that I'd like to leave the room and this forum from the tech sector's perspective is to try and not fall prey to the sort of either this or that kind of mentality, I think, here. And also, and this probably stays, this is at risk of being somewhat naive, but to also try and maintain a sense of optimism and wonder when we come to a lot of these discussions about solutions here as well. So I think there is absolutely bringing a critical mindset is the right thing to do when you're thinking about kind of the interests of private industry and the private sector and the role that they have to play in a lot of these kinds of solving these national challenges. But at the same time, we close ourselves off from a lot of the contribution that should be made by technology companies and the innovative parts of our economies and sectors as well. So I think that is something I'd like to encourage a greater sense of across the community, is maintaining that kind of critical mindset, but at the same time, being open-minded to what kind of solutions we can find together, and that'll create a better opportunity and space for the partnerships that we need to create as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you, Edmund, for joining us under what is one of those awful circumstances when you go, "Oh my heavens, look at the time." I would not want to have been your adrenaline when that happened. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a beginning, not an end of a conversation. Let's make sure we keep this conversation going. But please, a round of applause for our fabulous panel today and yourselves.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Cheryl.
Bye.
So, yeah, I think it's just, and it's constantly evolving as well, so it's,
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're starting our next session about disinformation and misinformation. So we are going to have a different format today to host our session. So that's why you see me not on the stage, but here, because we are hoping to have a more interactive discussion about this particular important topic today. So the methodology that I'm going to use today is called spectrum street epistemology. Sorry. How it normally works is that we will have the panelists on stage, and we'll have a couple of options for them to pick from, ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And then they will basically move into the position of where they want to, represent themselves and their opinion. So our panelists are all online. So we have actually prepared some material for them to actually do the same, but online. But I still hope that we can, be a little bit more interactive as well. So I'll be standing here looking at them together with you, and then we can, see what they think about this particularly important topic. So let me just introduce my panel today. I think we are missing JJ, but let me just go ahead. So if you don't mind, go to the slide first. Thank you. Now, so what we're going to discuss today are three particular topics. So we're going to talk about what is the problem, or is there a problem about misinformation and disinformation. Then we move on to talk about who should deal with the problem, and then how to deal with the problem. Now, the panel today is we have myself, the moderator. I'm the head of corporate development and strategic partnership for CSC. We have JJ, Sean Jack, who is the APAC head of content policy and global head of telecommunication policy of Google, and he's also on the board of director of the IIC. We have Dr. Fitri, senior analyst at the Australian Strategic Policy Institution, and Noel from Director of Policy and External Engagement from ISOC. So thank you very much, my panel. Before we move to the first topic, first discussion, I want to give you a little bit of a definition. This is actually extracted from the Australian Misinformation and Disinformation Act that's in discussion at the moment. The misinformation, according to that law, is what you see online. Contain information that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. And it needs to be targeting an end user, and it needs to be likely to cause serious harm, and it needs to be not part of the excluded dissemination. Just a quick note that also include most of the traditional media as well as part of the excluded dissemination. Disinformation then basically just add point E. The suspect, there are grounds to suspect that person dissemination the information, to asterisk there. So truth, according to the definition that we just read, would be the opposite of reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. So if you don't mind going back to the panel. So the statement, there's an objective truth and it is discernible by a human authority. So my esteemed panel, thank you very much for joining us today. Maybe I can just get you to pick your opinion now, and I'll ask for your reasoning. If you don't mind, also say a few words to introduce yourself if I miss anything as well. So when I say 1, 2, 3, choose, maybe you can just put up your little paper about what you think about this particular statement. So 1, 2, 3, choose. All right, we have disagree, we have neutral, and JJ, what would be your position? You can say that as well if you don't have the paper, and while you unmute yourself.
It's nuanced.
No, so what was that? All right.
It's nuanced.
Okay. Well, let me start with you then. So why would that be your position?
So and good morning, everyone. So Jean-Jacques, I work at Google and been focusing on misinformation in the Asia Pacific region in particular for the past 5 years. And just before we start, I think I guess the obvious thing is that misinformation is a real threat to our societies. It's not new. We've had it for probably thousands of years now, and it's a societal problem, but we've seen it spread, of course, and especially since more and more people have been using digital services, the internet has effectively been misused to spread mis and disinformation, or disinformation in particular, much more in recent years. So it's definitely an issue we need to deal with. But the question is, of course, it's not a simple matter. It is not an obvious harm such as other areas of content safety. So we need to tread carefully, and I think your opening question illustrates that. In a way, we could say that reasonable people have got different perspectives on what is true or false, and it can be very difficult or even impossible sometimes for humans or even technology to determine the veracity or the intent behind a given piece of content, especially when it relates to current events. There are facts, of course, and statistics, if you will, but we're in kind of what some have described as a post-truth era, where sadly, expert opinions are being disputed quite often or even discounted. People don't even want to hear experts, and that's not just me saying that. It's I'm quoting a British minister a few years ago saying we don't want to hear from experts. So it's not that we can't perhaps it's not that we can't discern the truth. It's rather that the truth can be disputed or discounted. And I'll go on to that. I think at Google, for instance, and like a number of other internet companies, we support the work of fact checkers, and we take their advice into account when, for instance, in search rankings, right? To help ascertain the authoritativeness of a source online. And then we also seek authoritative sources to inform the information that is displayed to users. So for instance, when we were doing COVID, when people were searching for information about COVID, they would get information banner that was informed by the World Health Organization. So we'll try to think who are the authoritative sources out there, who is relatively undisputed. So the World Health Organization seems to have been the right source, but even then, you did have people questioning their advice. So it's a very difficult point. And for the fact checkers themselves, even then, these seemingly authoritative sources have got their limitations, because a rational person, so to speak, might believe in their advice, but some question who are the fact checkers, etc., etc. And then more simply, the fact checking, the corrections, the labeling can actually be counterproductive, because they might reinforce the false beliefs of people who are exposed to disinformation. That's called the backfire effect, or the implied truth effect. That leads people to believe that what is not labeled must be true. or might have unintended consequences. So it's a very difficult situation where it's almost like we need to think about a grading of what can be accepted as truth, or at least if we think about trying to help the vast majority of people understand what might be true or false. It's a very difficult concept. So I think we need to take that into account. Yeah, I'll probably stop here and then we can continue. Thank you. Sorry for if I was a bit too long.
No, very, very interesting. But I wonder if that is the case, why is your opinion not disagree? Because it seems like you're saying there's no way to discern whether there is true or not, though.
I think it's more that there might be things that say scientifically, technically almost, we could see as facts, and I think most reasonable persons would agree that it's a fact, and that's when, for instance, we see fact checkers becoming very useful in pointing out, for instance, going through the speech by someone or an article and debunking what's right or not. But I think we need to think about it as part of a package. We need to equip internet users in particular, or people in general, with various sources of information, with the ability to apply critical thinking to what they're seeing. So the ability to see diverse sources of information can also be helpful in sort of supporting, if you will, the spread of the truthful information. Just having a sort of black and white label is quite difficult in many instances. So, right. Yeah. So hence the role of other things like awareness raising, helping people to think about what is misinformation and disinformation, and try to think for themselves when exposed to a variety of sources of information and trying to make their mind up. So yeah, I'm just saying it's nuanced, it's difficult.
Okay. It's difficult. All right, thank you. But okay, let's move on to I think Dr. Gianni, I think you disagree, isn't it? Right. So great. So maybe you can tell us why you disagree. It's not a nuance. You can actually disagree on that statement.
I think can you hear me clearly? I have a problem with my mic in the morning. Yes. Yeah. I think I agree with JJ. I think the statement is there is an objective truth. I think truth is evolutionary, and the problem, if we want an objective truth, while the statement is it is discernible by human authority. Discernible by human authority, it's by itself is subjective. So each human have its own subjective interpretation of some things that's happening. So but I was thinking that we're going to have a normal panel here, and I was just thinking about it's really important that we talk about disinformation and misinformation. Misinformation is false, misleading, deceptive, but disinformation has this intent of being deceitful. And I think we need to talk more about there's people as well, organization or certain state that would be beneficial, will gain benefit from, fabricating certain truth. And I think having this year is an election year for the world, and next year will be Australia. I think it's important to learn more and to be aware of that this truth that perceived subjectively, that people would think that there would be objective truth. Although we know that truth and fact is evolutionary, like the earth is the center of the universe, and now we know the sun is the center of the universe. And as we know, it's just like science and knowledge, evolutionary. We have that, what JJ said, which I agree, that we need to have a process, just like democratic process, where every opinion can be falsified, and we have that open discussion in terms of how do you see the truth from your perspective? This is the truth from my perspective. And I think we're really lucky in Australia. We can have that. And I know not anywhere in the world we can. Just for example, The Voice. It was controversial last year. We have that, and there's actually a research, like information that actually pointed that there are actually information operation that shape how the Australian population actually vote for the 18 October the voice referendum. So yeah, that's yeah, for JJ, the voice is actually a referendum to say whether the First Nation people, the indigenous. Oh, so you know. So okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So when we discuss about the problem a little bit more, I think this is quite important, because if there is no way to discern what is misinformation, you know, especially if we disagree on objective truth exists, then it would be really hard to make a law against that as well. So I wonder, you know, Noel, you are kind of in the middle as well. Anything you want to add onto this discussion?
Not so much, actually. I think Fitriani and JJ articulated it very well already. I suppose only to supplement their views in saying that what we often take as the truth is actually a mixture of facts and commonly held beliefs and opinions. So it, like you said, then it gets very tricky to legislate for what the truth is. And an example of this is the institutions or the arbiters of truth, the traditional arbiters of truth, for example, traditional media, when, I mean, we have accepted that they somehow convey truthful information, but how we report the news is still based on your assessment of available evidence. And you may not always have all the information on hand, and it's based on perspective, etc. I think it was Nietzsche who famously said that there are no facts, there are only interpretations. So we get into tricky territory, and this is only the beginning, because when we talk about harms, then it's also subjective. When we talk about legislating for the public interest, then it's also subjective. So this is going to be a start of a very interesting conversation.
Yeah. So I wonder, in the audience, are there anyone who actually think that that you would kind of in the agree or strongly agree side of things that about the statement, which is there is an objective truth and we can actually discern it, or a human authority can discern that truth? Anyone actually agree on that statement? Hello? All right. No one actually agree on that. Okay, fine. I'll move on to the next statement, and because of time. So if you don't mind, can you help put up the next slide, please? Now, before I move on to the next slide, let me just kind of frame the conversation a little bit. So within this is a book from Professor Bradford from US University, I think Columbia Law School. So they, in the book, they are thinking about, basically framing the internet governance issue in three different ways. So the internet was mainly based upon the market-driven governance model by the US before, based upon the Section 230 principle. Certainly, I think the consensus is that this particular model doesn't work as well as we hope it would be. So we certainly have the Chinese way of state-driven governance model, which certainly is not really afraid of censorship, and stability, prosperity. These kind of things are the main goal for this particular governance model. We also have another one, which is originated from the EU, called the rights-driven governance model. It's kind of in the middle, I would say, and it's aimed to be a dominant governance model globally as well, because making use of the EU scale, economic scale, to make sure that this particular policy, although it's EU only, it will be applied on a global level, and that model, is kind of not afraid of making more top-down policy as well, but the way that they want to make policy is, quote unquote, is based upon human rights and right-driven. Certainly, we can argue about that. So now the session that we want to discuss is then who should be the one who fix the problem that we see as in misinformation and disinformation. So we can have a more US model whereby the industry, we as an industry would be responsible for fixing that problem. We can have the Chinese model or a EU model as well, which probably put the responsibility of fixing the problem upon the government itself. So now this is the kind of the framing. Now, so we also see some problem as well. So you see Mark Zuckerberg, putting up a statement that he regrets following the government pressure to remove certain information related to COVID and the Hunter Biden laptop situation. You also have like Google who are actually being going into some problem with the government for not doing enough as well. So the statement that I want to discuss is power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So when we give power to certain group of people, aka the government, or you can say the online platform as well, to define truth, it will eventually lead to misuse of the power. So we should not even consider giving them that power. All right, so this is this is this framing. If you don't mind going back to the panel again, and all right. So would you please consider your position, and then when I say 1, 2, 3, show, put up your position. So 1, 2, 3, show. Agree. And JJ, what's your position?
I'm sorry, I'm just really bad at the Zoom controls. I'm very biased.
So what would be your, maybe I'll get back to you.
Sorry.
Yep, no worry. Well, let me start with Noel this time. So Noel, why do you agree on this?
Maybe because I'm cynical.
Okay.
And we've seen evidence of that, throughout the throughout regulation and policy. Governments, well, first there is a trust deficit. So I think I'm trying to think of how to begin. Okay. With the assumption that power does corrupt, I think this is why we have checks and balances everywhere. So that comes to our public representatives. But also this is why we demand transparency from the public sector. And we see this as well increasingly in the new kind of batch of misinformation policies and legislation. I'll stop there for now, but just to explain why I agree. I can elaborate on that after Fitri shares her views.
Yeah, Fitri, you agree as well. So what's your opinion?
Yeah, I think Noel has summed it very well. I think I agree with power corrupt, can be corrupt, and absolute power corrupt, absolutely. I think that's why we have check and balance mechanism. And for following my position before, that there's no absolute, there's no objective truth. I think having the space of dialogue, having the space of this is my truth and this is your truth, and how we can work things together, because differences exist, and that's kind of what propel us to be a society and community that we can live alongside each other, and our diversity is actually our strength, and then how we manage that. But again, you were mentioning if a certain government or company have the you know the ability to decide what's the truth, then we see, as you mentioned, there's a country that actually do censorship and things like that. But I know sometimes censorship was done for the better. For example, I think in Bangladesh, after the Easter bombing, they kind of switch out to social media so that the disinformation is not propagated everywhere and not dispersed, and they do it to not to stop the riot and violence, as well as Indonesia, for example. The government at that time, after the announcement of the election, they throttled the internet connection, so people cannot show where they are, because they were paid demonstration that they have to post in social media where they are, and they do demonstration to get paid. And then there are this kind of activities in our society where this business interests, like individual interests, commingled in what we can perceive as the truth, as how the societal acceptance to it. But Noel was mentioning something about harm, and I think that is where we should sit when we want to actually manage a certain information.
But so then the question would still be like the who question. I don't know what would be your opinion, because if our thinking is that there's no like objective truth that we can absolutely agree on, and yet we have to somehow define misinformation and disinformation because it is a problem as well. So who should determine that then?
Sorry, was that a question to Yavuz, or do you mind if I come in now?
Oh, you can. So, but what's your opinion? Do you disagree or agree?
I was going to come back on the power bit,
yeah.
If that's okay, and maybe move on to the next one.
Go ahead.
So I think on the power bit, one should think, what are the incentives for people to exercise power or not? Or are they more motivated by money than power, which can be the case for some actors. But the point is, we need to think about who has that influence or that power in that question. So Dr. Fitu was just mentioning, the government side, or I think it was Noel, sorry, you were mentioning the government side, making sure we have the right checks and balances, and then who are the other actors who might have power, who might have influence in this sphere. And it's quite clear that, digital platforms who give access, who facilitate access to all sorts of information, web resources, are in a position of potential power. So it's normal that we have some policies in place, that they are transparent, that they can be scrutinized, etc. But we need to think about all the various actors that have a role in here and that have power. And I think that's one thing I really want to flag, which is quite odd, frankly, in the proposal in Australia, which is that actually, for many decades now, we've had a term that exists called the fourth estate, of the fourth power. And that describes the traditional press and news media, both in terms of their explicit capacity to advocate and its implicit ability to frame political issues. So the fourth power, the traditional media, have got enormous influence on what people might consider truth and opinions and beliefs. And yet, what's interesting is that even though traditional media have got a direct ability to influence and to frame the truth, they are specifically excluded from the proposal for the law on misinformation that's currently being proposed in Australia. So it's really odd to me to hear that there is, on one side, pretty vague set of guardrails for the regulator who would be in charge of this information and misinformation in Australia in this proposal, and one of the key stakeholder groups or constituencies that has enormous power in terms of framing what might be true or not to society, the traditional news media, is actually excluded. So it's really odd that it only focuses on digital platforms. That's one of the big oddities. And actually, that then gets into your other question, which is how do you define mis and disinformation? And the thing is that you can define it pretty well, at least the difference between mis and disinformation, the fact that disinformation is about intent to mislead. But then in terms of actually deciding what is illegal, we haven't had an accepted definition of misinformation and disinformation until very recently. And in fact, there's still divergences about exactly how to define this. Unlike other areas, hate speech, for instance, that's been defined in law for a long, long time. It's still difficult actually to ascertain what constitutes hate speech, what is borderline or not. But at least there's been a lot of work done in this area for decades, frankly. We just don't have that in mis and disinformation. And so, especially if we're looking to legislate with all the nuances and potential disadvantages, potential unintended consequences, we need to be very, very careful. And if we have a definition, it needs to be as narrow and tight as possible. That's why, generally speaking, we find it difficult to have a law that says it's a law on banning misinformation or disinformation. Ideally, we'd want something that's far more specific, far narrower, so that we can determine what is generally illegal. Because otherwise, that's the potential for a lot of mistakes, and in the worst cases, abuses of power.
Yeah. One quick thing I want to add, when I bring up the discussion about Section 230, just some background information from the audience as well. So when the Section 230, the principle actually basically defined the internet intermediary as not a publisher of information. So as they are not publisher of information, they're excluded from their liability and they're considered mere conduit of passing through the information. So social media, in one sense, under that principle, is basically a platform passing through information. And the traditional media are certainly liable for misinformation because they're publishing the information. And I think what JJ referencing is that this law seems to revert that logic quite substantially, because it was the traditional media who are the publisher information that is actually not being liable for misinformation and disinformation as well. There might be some logic behind that, but I just want to point out from an internet governance perspective, this is actually quite reverse. So I'm just aware of time. I want to get through the whole question a bit better, but maybe we can address this on the next session about how do we actually deal with it. So please, if you go back to the presentation. So now, how to solve this problem? So this is a quick graph, some AI methodology called generative adversarial networks. Basically, all it does is that it creates false information and use the AI to learn about the first, to discern the fake information. Once they do it a lot of time, they are able to actually use it to create a real fake image or something like that. But in reverse, maybe we can do it to kind of discern the fake information as well. So now the how we do that, maybe we can think about doing it via technology. We can think about doing it via a policy. In Australia, we certainly want to do it more like a policy way. Now, but my question that I want to everyone to think about is: are the citizens, are everyone, in the country capable of deciding right or wrong, given that they have access to adequate information? Do we believe that we need to actually make that determination for them? Or do we think that the people are actually able to make that decision themselves? So we don't actually need to decide or discern, misinformation and disinformation. We just, they would basically able to do it themselves. Now, I have a question on AI, but I don't know whether we were able to cover that. Let's go back to the panel and see what they think. So do you think we need to define that? I think it all go back into the first question as well. Is that actually a problem if we think that people are actually able to make that determination? Maybe we don't actually need to do something. All right. So what do you think? if you can prepare your thinking and then put up your piece of paper. All right, 1, 2, 3, go. All right, Noel, you have to. It's all right. I can't agree. All right, so we have a neutral, we have an agree, and JJ, what would be your position?
Okay, I'll go neutral to agree.
All right, you're breaking my game, JJ. All right, so all right, let's go to the agree first. Maybe I'll go to you, JJ. Why do you think so?
So I think it depends how you read your statement, right? You said, you know, do they have access to appropriate information? And so to me, there's at least two angles. One is when the person is accessing the information, do they have broader context, ideally, or do they have just one source of information? You know, I think it's the internet is wonderful because it is the biggest library that we've ever had and will ever have. It's got all the books and the thinking we have in the world. It's something wonderful, but it means there's a lot of sources of information. Perhaps one might say too much in some cases, but at least what it enables you to do is to be able to compare potentially different sources. So that's one element. Is, you know, it's difficult to just believe one source. So if you have 3, 4, 5, 10 articles on the same subject, perhaps you can make your mind up. The other thing, of course, is do people have sufficient understanding to apply critical thinking to what they're doing? You know, so that's why we really believe in user awareness raising about misinformation. So I think we need to continue to do efforts. I mean, we do some of that both on our platforms and on the ground, working with some expert organizations, for instance, in Australia. Trying to engage with various communities to, especially if they are vulnerable to misinformation, to sort of train them, to prepare them, to help them spot when something might be mis or disinformation and apply their critical thinking to that information. So it has to be, I think we have to help as society. I do want to believe that the vast majority of people are capable of making, you know, applying critical thinking to the information they see. But it would be helpful if we can give them as many tools, if we can equip them as much as possible, both with information when they access the information, both with, context when they access the information, but also ideally broader capacity to understand information. So that could start at school and that could go on through life.
So would under that particular kind of thinking, would it be better to do it via education and training instead of a more top-down regulation?
I think ideally, yes, we should. I mean, and it's true for other areas of sort of online safety and online harms. You know, ideally, a well-informed user who understands, you know, what's online and some of the risks online, is far more prepared to have a safe and enjoyable experience online. So that would be the ideal situation. I think there are real risks with legislation about truth. That doesn't mean that we can't regulate for online safety, but I think, as I said before, we need to be super specific about what exactly we think is illegal. So I'll probably stop it here because I've spoken lots, and I hope Noel and
All right. So so maybe I'll move to Noel first. I think you're neutral, isn't it? If I remember correctly.
I agreed.
You agree. All right. So
yes, and part of it is it's a matter of practicality. Because if you know, in an environment, in a global environment where you're the tactics for disinformation are constantly changing, and essentially, if we rely on legislation, or if we rely on platforms to as the arbiters of truth, or even as a truth police, so to speak, all of that would require a lot of resourcing. And it doesn't matter how much resourcing we have, there will always be limits to the resources that we can devote to policing the truth, or policing misinformation online. Oh, were you
No.
going to say something?
No,
And
you finish first.
Okay. And there's also a matter of if we take that as our primary kind of resource, where we rely on government, or we rely on platforms to flag what is true and what is not, and what is factual and what is not, then we also get into an environment where everything that is still online we take as the truth because it hasn't been flagged or it hasn't been taken down, etc. And that's not sustainable either, given that there's first, there's limited resourcing. Second, there's also a limit to the speed by which we can flag, or which we can take down. And in emergency situations where you have like a terrorist attack, etc., that might not be fast enough for institutions to act.
Okay. Yeah, so, but what I'm trying to think about is that because this is about the solution, it seems that we are saying we should not do it, but yet there are some situation we really should do it. But how do we actually balance this?
So there are two kind of regimes in how policy deals with misinformation currently, misinformation and disinformation. One is the older and more prevalent one that we see, especially in Asia Pacific, where you have takedown regimes, where it's really the government or even a user can report what they think misinformation or disinformation is, and then the government would request takedown, or would require for that content to be blocked.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
and then the other one is the transparency-based, the newer one.
Yeah. So I do want to move on, but I want to challenge both JJ and you one thing. So misinformation and disinformation are rarely emergency. It's not a bomb. It won't go off. It may happen in a really critical point of time, but if we think that the citizen, the people are able to make the right information, instead of removing the information, shouldn't we be just present the other side of the information? Wouldn't that be more effective in a way, instead of removing that information? Like, just in case, like the Mark Zuckerberg situation, certainly sometime we regret that we comply with that particular situation. And I would say that, especially COVID, you may also consider that particular situation is emergency as well. But later on, there are some regrets as well. So in terms of how we deal with it, would it be better we just let the people decide?
So can I just pick up on that? So we try to do some of that, Alban. So when we're on YouTube, for instance, and if you're searching for a video on relating to current events, you will have a list of videos, but usually the videos that you will see first will come from reputed sources. So according to, for instance, how long they've existed and how well recognized they are. So you'll probably get BBC News coming up close to the top of the ranking. So the authoritativeness and the relevance of the information is important. And for sort of big news events, whether it's an election or things like COVID, for instance, often we have what we call the breaking news shelves, where we on purpose sort of put the most authoritative sources at the top there, precisely to try and give that context that you were mentioning to the user and help them. So I think that's definitely something we need to do, and it can be. I think removal is a very blunt tool. So downranking something which is not authoritative can also help. So as much as, okay, I will leave aside some of the criticisms of the BBC that some people have, but again, the BBC is a decent example. They've been around for 100 years. They are reputed. They've got high ethical standards, etc. They come on top. But a blog that's just been created 3 days ago and has got 2 followers probably could, might not be as authoritative. And so it might be further down in the ranking when you do a search online. So that's the sort of thing that can be quite helpful for users. And so in that sense, you might not need to remove the content. But I just want to pick up quickly on a point that someone called Peter has just mentioned in the chat. And I don't know Peter, but I think there's an important point here, which is, about being able to be cognizant of where the information comes from. And to me, that's very much related to this definition of disinformation, of knowing that someone has got a particular intent to disinform and to deceive people. In the best case scenario, indeed, we might know who is the advertiser of a particular product or which political leaning a particular news channel has got. In fact, we try to do that again on YouTube, for instance. Normally, when you go on the channel of a broadcaster, you will have information that says who funds this broadcaster, especially if this broadcaster is funded by a government. So you will know that, for instance, that it might be influenced by the particular views of this government. So as a user, you might realize that perhaps there's a desire by this government to interpret the truth in a certain way. So I think that can really help users. And so that's why I think that if we want to focus our efforts on what is most harmful, but also perhaps easiest to deal with, focusing on disinformation, what is a deliberate attempt to mislead, is really what we should prioritize, in my view. Misinformation is quite vague as a concept and difficult to establish. So,
all right, thank you. Well, let me move to Fitri, who has been waiting patiently. So you're neutral. So I wonder, have any of the discussion so far kind of sway you to be more on the agree side, or you're still neutral, and why?
I think I believe on how citizens are capable of deciding. Otherwise, I would not believe in democracy. And I think as such, I think there's a limit to that capability as well, whether the information is correct. We know in certain countries they have propagandas as well, and they have limitation of what the government can provide to their own people. Of course, that it's not Australia. And I would agree with JJ to see, and also Peter in the chat. The chat is actually very lively if you want to take a look of it, and to discuss on who are the people are talking, where's the statement coming from, and what is the intent of that statement. So the Australian Election Commission, as part of like preparing for next year election, that's my topic that I want to raise for everyone. Next year election, we have disinformation and misinformation happening, and having a different, a wrong opinion. Sometimes people can be wrong, and it's acceptable. But disinformation is the intent of like spreading a certain wrong information to certain benefit, right? And I think the AAC actually have this tagline, like if it makes you angry, it probably a disinformation. So having said that, I think we need to actually have that close call, and like having a wake up call of something that truth is rarely universal. It's perceived by each person perhaps differently, but I think disinformation have that ill intent and it creates harm. And I think the reason that it is important to have a legislation on disinformation and misinformation, because legislation is the basic of how government of a country is run, as a law basic of how a certain misconduct can be punished as well. So I think it's good to have law, but I think we have an entire system of a legal system to decide the process on whether a certain information, to what extent the harm of a disinformation has spread, and then to stop it, and then to prevent it happening again. So I think it's important to have a legislation. Just to answer your previous previous question. I think that's it. If you want to go to the discussion in the chat, it's interesting.
Okay, I can't see it at the moment, but I'll look at it. So, but you know, last time when I hosted the same thing, we discussed too long and won't have a chance for the audience for Q&A. So maybe I'll move on to Q&A first, and you know, anyone have any questions that they want to talk about, or even disagreement? You may disagree on the fact that, you know, people, the whole point of us making a regulation is to protect people. So it needs to be under this presumption that people can be deceived. So we, in some way, we have to, you know, disagree that they are capable of, you know, making all the informed decision as well. So please.
Cal Fayer, speaking for myself. Is this picking me up? I'm not sure if it is. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I made the point in the chat, and I just want to raise it here again, that I don't think we should look at the defense against misinformation or disinformation as being correct or incorrect. Like if our goal is to only ever have correct information as a defense against misinformation, then we've got the wrong end of the stick, in my opinion. You can be wrong and not be malicious in intent, and you know, plenty of people have been wrong and corrected themselves or never corrected themselves. People can disagree without spreading misinformation. There is a clear intent and often a collection of actions behind the misinformation campaigns that are probably more of an indicator of a misinformation or disinformation campaign, not necessarily the content. You can actually use correct content to spread misinformation and disinformation.
How do you judge the intent, though?
Well, that's more complex, and you certainly couldn't do it from just the material directly in front of you. So maybe individuals, you know, presented with a disinformation campaign that might be correct, might contain correct information, because that's often how you start building trust. In that moment, you know, a lot of the subjective views that people were expressing, I don't think those are a good defense.
All right.
I think it's the ongoing campaign that you need to spot, not the immediate.
All right, the screen turns off, but panelists, any response to the opinion expressed?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point just made, and I think maybe we could have made it clearer in terms of the definition. You know, you've got misinformation, which is something where someone might see something on the internet and they might think it's true and they might repost it. There's no ill intent on their part. They might just, you know, believe it's true and repost it. That's just misinformation. But then you have people that do it on purpose. They know that it's fake. They are trying to deceive, and that's where we get into most harm. That's where you have effectively an operation to try and influence a particular outcome, whether it's financial or political, for instance. And that's really the priority in my mind. That's also where, you know, as the previous speaker was saying, if you can do some analysis, that's where you can actually try to identify that there has been an intent, because there might be some coordination. For instance, you can see different accounts sending out the same information, etc. So that's where you can take action possibly a little bit more easily, because you can tell there is an attempt to deceive, which is something that we can understand in law. But to regulate more broadly truth, because that's what we're talking about, that is very difficult. And I think if we ever come out with a law on misinformation, it has to have huge guardrails in place, both with the various sort of parties that facilitate access to information, but also with the regulator. And I would just say that there's only one country in the world so far that has passed a law dedicated to misinformation. That's Singapore. Australia would be the second one, and that's not because they are world first. It's because I think other legislative frameworks like in the EU are being much more careful, because it's an area where there could be a lot of unintended consequences. So we need to move really, really carefully in this direction and make sure we've got a lot of safeguards in place if we go towards the legislative models. I think if we want to do it right, I think we might want to rethink this a little bit and go one level down in terms of definitions, away from mis and disinformation, which are just too vague, and go to more specific harms that we can more easily define and identify and take action against.
Thank you, JJ. Please.
My name is Keith Besgrove. I'm part of the steering committee. I just wanted to take a little bit further what JJ was talking about there. Is it your concern with the Australian legislation that it is simply likely to be unworkable? Or is it your concern that in trying to make it workable, there will be a lot of unintended consequences? And I would also just make the observation that sometimes governments implement legislation because they feel compelled to do something, even if they themselves regard the something as probably not likely to have much impact other than satisfying the critics that they should be doing something.
Thank you, Keith. A very thoughtful as often. I mean, yes, I think there's perhaps this desire to want to be seen to be doing something, but you can do other things, right? We're in a multi-stakeholder environment here at the IGF, and bizarrely enough, in a way, the EU has done a multi-stakeholder process. They put together a collection of private sector, civil society, and academics and technical community in a room, and that was back in 2017 or 2018 to try and put together a code on disinformation. And they've had various iterations, and they try to refine it and improve it. I'm not saying it's the best model and it should be replicated, but I like the fact that it was a multi-stakeholder process, that they tried to really bring in different perspectives. That's helpful, and that can mean that it's more effective. So that would be that. I think the concerns I'm having with a straight legislative proposal that focuses on mis and disinformation as it's proposed currently is that there's still a lot of vagueness in the definitions, and then a lot of potential power for whoever is going to become the regulator for this to come out with their own definitions without automatically or without clearly a lot of public scrutiny of how they've arrived at the definition, and therefore what will be deemed to be true or not. And it might be okay in a country that believes in the due legal process like Australia, but it might become contagious. Other countries might want to follow suit that might not have the sort of safeguards that we have in Australian law and the Australian political system. And the sort of example that we set for other countries that might be less democratic is something we need to keep in mind as well. So that, and the final point I've already raised, which is that I think if we have to have something to address mis and disinformation, we can't just do it for digital platforms. It has to be about all sources of information, including traditional media.
All right, thank you, JJ. I think we've run out of time, so let me consider this your last comment, JJ, and I'll invite Fritchie and Nicole to give their last comment, and then we'll finish for this session.
Thank you, Alvin. I think the discussion on disinformation and misinformation needs to move not only on the bill that is tabled in Australia, and I know the purpose of this bill is we know that the country experiencing coordinated inauthentic behavior such as bots and troll farms in the same nature of spamouflage that other countries are experiencing, and also there are other digital platform that is used in the country that is not following the democratic and transparent manners as well, and therefore I think there's a need to create some this certain bill. Of course, like say what Kate mentioned before, perhaps there's just the government trying to show that they work. But, well, this is the government we vote for. And if you want to vote something else, next year is the year to do it. And just we have to make sure that we have the critical thinking to help assess the information, and as well as, you know, having this discussion going. I know we would like to have a takeaway from the IGF, and I think Kate is drafting the policy position paper. I actually skimmed through it, and there's no disinformation and misinformation there. Although it said that the IGF should be a platform where we share information, and I hope the information we shared is actually something that is useful and not harmful. Thank you.
Noelle?
Yeah, I would agree with especially with what JJ said. And just to stress the importance of having really a multifaceted strategy to tackling disinformation and misinformation, and moving away from the blunt instruments that we used to that a lot of governments still, not necessarily based on not necessarily using misinformation laws, but actually in some contexts, like India, using colonial era laws to crack down on what authorities perceive as disinformation and misinformation. And also to emphasize that it's in many jurisdictions, misinformation or the right to express incorrect information is considered a facet of the freedom of information. So perhaps when we talk about harms, especially, it's not so much what is true and what is not true, but the virality of it that that increases the possibility of it causing harm. So I would be curious to see how that pans out in the policy space. Like, how do we get to a point where we can confidently, not to regulate, but we can confidently somehow contain how misinformation and disinformation is amplified, both in the online and offline spaces. But ultimately, really, I think to get to kind of a healthy, a safe ecosystem, so to speak, we really have to build user resilience.
All right, thank you very much. I think it is a tradition in the AUIGF that I conclude with this is a start of the conversation, but not the end. But I think this is really the case because I have like 6 statements and we go through half of them only. Thank you very much, the panelists. Your contribution is really important and really appreciate that. And I appreciate the audience for staying with us and joining in online as well. So thank you very much for joining this session.
So that shared in that forum.
Believe so, yeah. Yeah. It's one of the things I've
Running into the millions, right? Per year.
Well, it would, you know, depending on, you know, because they're talking about peering and you know, I said, look, if you're going to do it right, you get one of these shipping container data centers. You can you can have the primary, or you can have the CCTLD infrastructure in there. You can have peering infrastructure in them. You can talk to either contacts, they can put some infrastructure. Or you just go, what are your most critical websites that you want to have? You know, if your island nation, if your nation was disconnected, but
a lot of things is viewing content, right?
Yeah, right. And so you can black all of that into a shipping site. You could make it pretty self-sufficient. And if you don't have internet connectivity, you can look at things like Starlink or whatever to start. I mean, how useful that is to some of the nations, I don't know. But if you want to start talking about that constant connectivity, you've got regions that suffer from submarine cuts, storms, all those things. This is, you know, you can have very contained tank and it's going to stay where it is. No matter the storm. You whack a generator, like it's got all power in it. Whack the generator outside. All you're going to do is keep fueling. It's got to keep giving it diesel, and you've got your critical services.
Yeah.
For your area. So I'm waiting to hear back on how much the containers cost, but I reckon they're probably in the low hundreds of thousands for the. Even I've seen some where you can set up solar.
Yeah, I think it's probably timely now, because most of the islands around still all connected.
Yeah,
they're all interconnected.
Yeah.
So now the bandwidth and all coming together and say, yeah, let's do it collectively.
Yeah.
The only issue is that some of them have different stages of their contracting in their upstream.
Yeah.
And how do they get on that? How early they want to join this movement?
But when all of us have experience, you know, and you start with you eventually build itself.
Yeah.
So, you know, if everybody has got a, you know, their own ship, you've probably done it. got everyone online. Wait for a couple of stragglers to come into the room. All right, I'll kick off. Still morning, so good morning, everybody. Welcome to What the DNS and how the domain name system can help with security online. A little bit about me. I've got some panelists with me. There'll be 4 of us today talking about the domain name system, or the DNS. We'll try and keep the acronyms to a minimum for everybody, but please yell out if you don't understand an acronym that we use. We certainly are in the industry that use a lot of acronyms. So my name's Adam King. I am from Outer, or AUDA. Been with Outer for 20 years and in the DNS space for 16 of those 20. Responsible for implementing DNSSEC in the .au namespace, and we are one of the few country codes that do a split DNS for the KSK and do offline signing there. So a little bit of involvement with the DNS protocol, but I'll introduce my panelists as well. So Save Vathea. I've said it correctly.
Thank you.
So Save is from ICANN. He is the Regional Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement, serving the Oceania region. He's responsible for managing relationships with key stakeholders across the region to share and discuss on ICANN-related work and activities. Prior to joining ICANN, Save served as a Policy Development Manager and Pacific Liaison at APNIC. He supported the formation of the Pacific Network Operators Group, PACNOG, and a technically capable development platform for network engineers in the Pacific Islands. So welcome, Save. Online, I have with me Reg Levy. Is it Levy? Is that right? Or Levy? I wasn't sure if it's Levy or Levy. Reg is the Associate General Counsel for Domains at Tucows. Reg manages a team of compliance professionals and explains the internet to both lawyers and law enforcement. That's a tough job. Reg has been an active member of the multi-stakeholder community that helps create policy at ICANN, the governing body of the internet, for around a decade now, where she helps make policy solutions for the industry and make bad people feel sad. Good job. Prior to working at Tucows, Reg was with a portfolio TLD registry where she helped put the cat memes online in totally unique places, bringing multiple GLTs online, including .horse and .law. She studied law at Pepperdine University, studied jura at University of Augsburg, and has a degree in dispute resolution. She's called to the bar in California, but usually sends it to voicemail. Speaks German, French, Spanish, and Klingon. We'll see if we can get some Klingon in today, Reg, hey? And is active in both local and fantasy bar associations. She mentors new lawyers and cautions aspiring ones. Welcome to you, Reg. And last but not least, Pat. I think Reg and Pat are both in North America, so the time there is getting on, but thank you for sitting up later. Pat is Senior Vice President for the Naming and Directory Services at VeriSign. They are a critical infrastructure operator that serves as registry operator for the COM, NET, and CC top level domains. The root zone, VeriSign also is a root zone maintainer, and in a recently renewed agreement with ICANN, the root server operator for 2 of the 13 root servers. Pat has been with VeriSign for 25 years, longer than me, and performed every role except attorney, where today he leads an engagement in government and industry relations, as well as the business team's tasked with executing and performing against the company's most critical contracts. Pat was the first IDN product manager at VeriSign. IDN is internationalized domain names. I'm hoping everyone in the room knows what that is. And served under the tutelage of Cheryl Langdon Orr as co-chair of ICANN's ATRT3. Prior to VeriSign, Pat was a systems and business processing engineer, cutting his teeth on IBM 3090. It's going back a ways, Pat. He received a degree in architectural engineers from the University of Texas and Austin. So welcome, Pat. So I'll run this as a Q&A, obviously like most of the other sessions here, and we'll have a bit of an exploration around how our little workhorse, the DNS, can help provide additional layers of security to our internet experience. As I said, the session will run with me asking some questions to the panelists, but we'll also open up for online questions and for questions from the room. So please head to the mic if you're in the room and have a question, or post your questions in the Zoom chat window. So to set the tone, a little bit about the history of the DNS. So it's come a long way since the 1980s when it was first formed. The roots of the DNS go back a lot earlier than the 80s, however, though. So late 60s, 70s, where the DNS as we know it was masquerading as a hosts file or a text file. But that kind of got a little hard to manage as we blew up the networks in the 80s, and this idea of an internet started to take off. So it got a little too slow to update and was just getting broken all over the place. So in 1983, a very smart man called Paul Mockapetris wrote the first request for comments, which is an RFC, which basically brought the domain name concepts and facilities, it was called, introducing the conceptual framework on the hierarchy of the DNS. So therefore, the DNS was born out of a necessity, and it's 40 years old and still going strong. I wonder, and I'm going to pose the first question around, how do you think the creators envisioned the role of the internet's future, and how have we deviated from that and its original purpose? I might throw it to you first, Pat.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. So I find it interesting always when people talk about, the DNS was not built with security in mind, and it's always comes across as a little bit of a criticism, but when in fact it's really a feature in terms of the original protocol put together, and it was really built as a general purpose protocol that the creators, Paul Mockapetris, should be very proud, because it's extended for 40 years and it's done so many things and accomplished so many things. And so I think that was not necessarily the vision that they had, but we've been able to create great extensibility with it. But I do believe that the creators of the DNS would at some point in time say, hey, wait a minute, you're doing too much with it. And maybe what we need to do is go back and look at some of the basic principles of the DNS and see if they still hold true. I'll give you an example. Right now within the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, there is a resource record that's being developed called DELEG. It's a delegation resource record which allows for the delegation of authority for DS records and NS records. Those are records that are associated with a domain name, to a third-party service provider outside of the traditional registry and registrar model. Now, the main reason to do that is to sign more domain names with DNSSEC, or the DNS security extensions, so that you can prevent spoofing as one of the features in a cache within a recursive service. So if you walk all that back, we're building resource records to solve a security problem that's created by a business decision around reduced spending on bandwidth and better response time within networks. So maybe what we ought to do is simplify the process first and say, do those principles around cache still hold true today in terms of what we want to do? Would it be better to take a look at it and say, let's get rid of cache? TTL at 12 hours, 24 hours, maybe that's too much. Maybe we asymptotically approach zero, because TTL equaling zero is never going to work. But is there a way to reduce that so that you're reducing the footprint, reducing the attack surface, so DNSSEC becomes less necessary for that issue, and then ultimately you don't need to go to a third-party service outside of the model today?
Yeah, I agree that I've seen many iterations of people try and stuff things into the DNS protocol to solve problems that aren't really there or could be solved in a different way. So good point. Reg, same question to you.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think that Pat has the right of it that it was never intended to be security minded. It was intended to be functional and fast and small. And we have vastly outgrown what it was ever conceived of. Like nobody ever thought that someone was going to try to put their refrigerator on the internet. So the fact that the writers of the first RFCs didn't plan for that isn't really something that can be addressed at this point, but they created something that was so robust and so agile that we can put our refrigerators on the internet now. Whether or not we should is a conversation perhaps for a different panel. But yeah, the DNS is very simple. We went to the moon on extremely simple but powerful technology. And I look at the DNS in the same way. I don't think it needs to be rewritten. I think that a lot of the baseline technology is extremely strong and extremely robust. And to some extent, we're forcing it into round holes that it was never intended to be in. So as Pat started with, the DNS was never intended to be quote unquote secure. It wasn't created with security in mind. It was created with connectivity in mind. And indeed, it has connected the globe.
Yeah, and continues to very well. Save.
Yeah, I'd like to just say thank you to my members of the panel for touching on DNSSEC and security, but I'll take us back maybe to the early years, when the internet's priority was, how it was built was to send data from one place to another. So one host to another host, as you alluded. So basically, this was data communication aspect. As long as we have IP addresses, things could work at the network. But for us humans, it was difficult to remember IP addresses. So that's why the DNS was created to have this mapping. So during the early days, these names to IP mappings were done in a centralized system or database. But due to several efficiencies and scalability issues, the DNS was designed to offer this mapping through a distributed system. So the creators of the DNS envisioned anyone to get a domain and manage it without having to go back to some central authority whenever you wanted to change it. So furthermore, you could create some domains under that. So even though the DNS has come a long way with several enhancements, like things that are on top of the DNS protocol, for me, I think the original purpose remains that we are enabling one global internet. And so the DNS hasn't changed. It's still enabling this one global internet for all of us to communicate in.
Thanks. So the topic of the panel really is how we can add security into DNS, I guess, or things that might be considered. And we've just spoken about that, it's a connectivity protocol that's survived, 40 years. Is, I think, SMTP is probably one of the other ones that's lasted that long, but most everything is newer or has been thrown out with the bathwater, I think, some of them. But let's dive in a little bit to what potentially could be done from a security point of view with the DNS. So what's there, what might come in the future? I mean, we each work for infrastructure providers to a differing degree, and that includes things like ISPs or RIRs or regional internet registries, domain name registries, registrars, etc. So again, I guess I pose the question a different way. Could we or should we provide, as infrastructure providers actually, provide or enable security protections in the DNS by default? I'll start with you, Reg.
Sure, and thank you. We could, and perhaps we should, but I will say that a lot of the security features that my company tries to implement are rebuffed by our users. We would lose 80% of our logins if we suddenly enabled MFA for all accounts. To me, that is baffling because I want MFA on everything, but we offer it. So to some extent, the best that we can do is to offer and to educate. And, 10 years ago, nobody wanted MFA. So it wasn't even something that could be offered. And now people understand what it is. Maybe they see it and they can actually implement it. Maybe they see it and they know what it is. Maybe they see it and they think it means texting their phone, which always breaks my heart a little bit because it's the most insecure form of MFA. We offer DNSSEC. So many people don't know what it is, that it's not something that is taken advantage of. We have help files. We have sales opportunities. We try to tell people about the options that are available to them. But I think that Save said something very important, that the DNS was created so that anyone could get a domain and could manage it. And a lot of these things, like DNSSEC, require a higher degree of technical proficiency than buying a domain does. And then even setting up a website does. And most people don't code CSS. So even they're at the mercy of someone else. So if we want a global internet where anyone has the right to speak online, I don't know how much additional security we can effectively force onto people. I would love to be able to do it. I would love to see more DNSSEC utilized. I have a love for DNSSEC itself. I attend the key ceremonies for fun, but unfortunately it's something that most people they don't know what it is, and they surely don't know how it works.
If you're attending key ceremonies, you must have a lot of spare time. Save.
Yeah, DNSSEC has been already thrown into the conversation. So I know like for the names registries, ICANN admitted that all the generic top-level domain registries, if they were to operate, they had to implement DNSSEC. This is not kind of enforced onto the country code top-level domain registries, but for here in Australia, they've gone ahead and done that because they think that it's best practice and to follow the way that the GTLDs have been running. One of the, in my engagements in the region, we look at how CCTLDs or country code top-level domain registries are kind of slow in this uptake and to implement DNSSEC and to offer DNSSEC security to their customers as well as their domain name holders. So I think, by default, if we were to say, should we mandate this, at least from the ICANN context, because the generic top-level domain registries are our contracted parties, we have mandated that with them. With CCTLDs, we don't have contracts with ICANN and the CCTLDs, but this is something that we see around the world, that there are CCTLDs that are embracing it and working towards that. And we know that a lot of capacity development needs to happen. And that's why we're happy to offer that to those that request this kind of training. And one of the things I think that really is important that for consumers, I think they need to trust who they're working with, and in terms of, at the GTLD level or the CCTLD level, whether the security is being input into that.
Yes, infrastructure providers should lead in this area where they can.
Yep.
Yeah. And Pat.
Thanks. So DNS is a fire and forget type application, and every time you layer something on top of it, you make it more brittle. So DNSSEC is probably going to be the core of what we talk about here today. But when you have to roll keys and people have to remember to roll keys, you make the DNS a little bit more brittle every single time you add something on top of it. As a registry operator, we take a look at what that authoritative zone goes through and what we manage. And so right now, globally, on a daily basis, we process about 329 billion transactions every day. And so for us, security is also, making certain that there's over provisioning of bandwidth so that you can absorb DDoS attacks. We publish the zone file for ICANN, or the root zone maintainer for ICANN with the root zone. And so How do you publish that accurately? How do you publish that, on time and complete, so that you've got, security, stability, and resiliency in terms of that whole equation. So I think it's more than just, specific resource records or tools, but it really is, what does the whole ecosystem look like in terms of making certain that those connections can be made through the DNS.
Thanks. Question at the mic?
Hi, Kel Thayer, speaking for myself. I just wanted to pick up on that comment about rolling keys. I think one thing that maybe people in the audience don't realize is that, unlike, say, certificates, DNSSEC doesn't ever need to be truly rolled. I mean, we consider it best practice to roll, but you don't strictly have to. And I'll remember it was always a big challenge to roll keys. It was always a very difficult process, and it was quite fiddly. And I don't know if anyone was around in the industry during, I think it was about 2008, when the Kaminsky bug was publicly exposed. One of the things that came out is that DNSSEC would have protected us from that, but boy, was it hard to deploy. And so one of the software suppliers, they released an update that made it a lot more human accessible, ISC, who produced Bind. And funnily enough, that particular release was actually called DNSSEC for Humans, because it was perhaps the first time that we could actually do it effectively. Now, it was still difficult. You had to be technical, and it's still challenging today. But I think about 6 years ago, we introduced a new technology, and I hesitate to call it new, but that allows people a hands-off approach to DNSSEC. And if you remember, around that time, we had Let's Encrypt making big inroads with automated rollovers with certificates. And now these days, people don't even have to remember to update their certificate. It just happens. And the operators can look after it for them. They don't have to be hands-on. Well, CDS records have been around for almost that long. I can think of perhaps just one registry in the world that has deployed it, and it's trivial technology. It's a string match only. You don't actually need any cryptographic analysis. It's idempotent. So you could either deploy it as a registrar or a registry, and it doesn't matter if you overlap. You don't need to have an agreement or consensus amongst the industry, because again, you don't trip over anyone, and yet no one's actually deployed it. I think partly that is because of control, and partly because unless there's a financial incentive in the DNS industry to do anything, the default is to do nothing. So, and I'm not necessarily criticizing the players, because I know that the margins are quite small, but the technology is certainly there. We probably have to be better at communicating that to users, even at the same time while we're actually taking it out of the hands of users and making it so much easier for them. So that's it.
Yeah, just I mean, I've got a comment back on that. You do have to start somewhere with the technology, and I agree, it's certainly moving on, and I hear murmurs of, I mean, we've talked about DNSSEC, and we'll stick with that for the moment, of it needing a review, right? It's overly complicated for the most part for most users. But again, you must start somewhere, and technology evolves. We used to think we had to roll the keys, but speed of computers and things now allow you to do signing on the fly, which means you don't have to roll your key, right? You're not worried about cryptographic information being out there and being replayed. So I think there's almost a necessary path that we have to walk to get there, and we're probably at a inflection point of being able to get new information out there now for those technologies that are there, that are easier to use for people. Although a lot that are in the industry are probably scarred from the older technology or the harder way of doing things.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not expecting a user domain owner to employ a lot of these technologies. I actually scan the internet and have a look at the presence of these records, and the vast majority, like there are some TLDs that are as high as 80%, where CDS records are for a signed domain, 80% of those will actually have CDS records already. Now that's probably simply because the operator has turned it on, and it's again a fire and forget. They don't actually need to do anything about it. I'm certain that the individual domain owner is not cognizant of that, and that doesn't really matter. If they benefit without knowing, I don't care. It'd be nicer because there'd be a value statement, and you could, you know, make a pitch for perhaps, you know, charging that. But ultimately, we do the same thing these days for certificates, so why not domains?
Yeah, it's kind of the question, right? Around should infrastructure providers be doing this and almost doing it transparently? Reg, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I didn't catch the name of the speaker, and I wish that I was in the room because I would love to continue this conversation from a business perspective, because I'm always an advocate for looking for ways that we can do this automatically for our customers. So I would love to have more information from him. If he can talk to Adam, I'm gonna pick on you, Adam, to provide my information to him, that would be great. But also, I would love to know which that single TLD is. He said earlier there's a single CCTLD that has this running. Sorry to make you get up again. That has this running. Yeah, please.
Cal Fayer is my name, and I think I may be incorrect. I believe it's DE. And in my head, I believe AT were also looking at it.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So
I will definitely look into that. So thank you for bringing that up.
The one final point, and I actually forgot to mention this, is that perhaps other people in the room aren't aware, there is an ecosystem around domain name management. And one of the challenges with a registry making an update is that registrars are often left ignorant of the change, and so there is a perception amongst registrars that if these things happen without their awareness, at least, then they would present the wrong information to a user. And so there's this tension between you know, updating things on a user's behalf and having them pass through an intermediary to begin with. But there are actually modern methods these days to update registrars as well. So ChangePol, for example, in EPP, which I wrote, and which is why I know that AT were involved, because they were the ones that mentioned this as a use, that you can actually update registrars in a trivial manner, and they can present accurate and correct information to domain owners.
Thanks, Carl. Survey or Reg, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yep.
Pat? I've got another question at the mic, so we'll go there again.
Hi, thanks very much. And this is really interesting to me. I'm Joyce Chen from APNIC, but I'm really asking this out of my own personal interest. I want to catch the conversation, rewind back a little bit before we move forward more. I think there was a little bit about talking about enforcement and, you know, how to effect change, essentially. And could we dwell on it a little bit more? When we talk about internet standards, usually when it comes to deployment, we then start using the terms best practices and, you know, that sort of gentler language, not really enforceable per se, unless, for example, it's a contractual obligation. And what I'm interested in is what in your mind or in your experience is the role of governments when it comes to deployment and best practices. Oh, I see Raj like, oh, but I'm quite keen to know this. I know governments, for example, have issued advisories, you know, talking about RPKI or DNSSEC deployment and best practices. Is that going anywhere? How do you feel about this? Do you think there should be a greater role for governments in this area, or how do you think about this issue? Thank you.
I'm open to whoever wants to start first. Save.
Yeah, I think it's a really great question, Joyce. You know, when we do engagements in the region, and especially government as one of the key stakeholders, but it's not the only stakeholder, and we know that they have looked at how their CCTLDs also operate at the national level. And there are some CCTLDs that have very good relationships with their governments in terms of, you know, how they manage their country code registry on island or even here in Australia. And I know that there are issues sometimes when they bring it up and saying, how can they have more participation in the management of the CCTLD. And also looking at some of the practices the CCTLD is doing, where are they operating in like, as you say, best practice? Are they following the best practice of other peers around the world or the GTLD? So I think one of the important things is to make sure that these governments are aware how their CCTLD is operating and that they can talk to each other. And also to introduce to them that there are certain practices that's involved in running a CCTLD. Not all country code top-level domain registries have the same model as well in terms of how they run. And so those awareness needs to be brought in. And so one of the things that we've done at ICANN is, working with the DNS community, is to come up with an initiative called the Kindness, KIN DNS, which is knowledge sharing and instantiating norms of DNS and naming security. It's a program that helps all the DNS infrastructure folks to understand that these are some of the best practices they can follow. And so if they qualify, and then if they have ticked the boxes on like those 6 practices, at least they know that governments can be aware and know that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing as a DNS infrastructure provider.
Pat or?
Thanks, Adam. The only thing that I might add there is that when governments are going to get involved in trying to drive different protocols or different technologies into the operations, we lose interoperability. And that is one of the key things that we have to focus on there. Governments are always going to create business rules around the management of a domain, the management of registrant data, those types of things. But fundamentally, it's best if we leave it to the Internet Engineering Task Force in terms of driving protocols that we use within this particular space.
Reg?
Thanks. And sorry for my facial expressions, Joyce. I think Pat expressed my concern. Often when governments get involved as a party that dictates how technical things should work, they do it in such a way that things break. So I'm a true believer in multi-stakeholderism, and I think that governments are, as Save said, a key stakeholder, but they are one of many. And that's an ongoing conversation that should be had between governments and the technical sector. Places like the AU-IGF are a great place, I think, for governments and the technical sector and the private sector and people who are worried about human rights online to get together and have those conversations, but it ought not be dictated. I also want to bring up the fact that a lot of CCTLDs, especially perhaps in the Oceania area, are not run by governments. There's been a lot of digital colonialism, and so they're often run by some white guy in the global north. And they may, in fact, accord with some certain technical aspects, while also not serving the needs of the country that they are technically the sovereign property of. So there's a lot of conversations that need to happen around that.
Excellent responses. Thank you.
And again at the mic.
Hi, Alban Cohen from CSC. I just want to make a quick comment because I have been trying to push the society to adopt DNSSEC for a long time, talking to corporates, to the telco and etc. The matter of fact is that it is not hard to convince them that DNSSEC or DNS security is important. They can understand that, but they have conflicting priority. There are many other cybersecurity loopholes that they need to fix, and DNSSEC is not the highest priority, so never get done, pretty much like IPv6 adoption, I would say. And honestly speaking, I think there's only two ways that we can see a meaningful adoption of DNSSEC. One is actually some country has tried that, like Hong Kong. At one point, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority actually mandate DNSSEC to be part of the cybersecurity best practice for the banking sector. Then we see the banking sector really ask about it and demand that DNSSEC. At the later version, they remove it, then everyone don't do it. That's the first one. So actually some kind of authority come and say that, yeah, this is the industry standard and we only consider you safe if you actually have that in place. The second one is if there's any cybersecurity auditing firm to add that into one of the criteria of how they consider you to be like on a safe scale. So one of the criteria, then the board will kind of push back down to say that, hey, we're missing a point here. So why are we not doing it? Then the security guy will do it. And I would repeat that the cybersecurity IT team actually understand and want to do it, but they won't be able to justify to the adaptation at that point in time because of the managerial and budgetary constraint. So that would be my comment there.
Thank you. Reg?
Thanks. And I think that one of the reasons that I get worried when governments try to dictate certain standards from the top is that as things grow and evolve, the government doesn't go back to confirm that. With RFCs, as Pat said at the IETF, there is always this RFC supplements and or replaces the prior RFC. And so it's always an evolving process. I think I think his name was Alvin, said about cybersecurity auditing firms. Yes, 1,000 times yes. If this is part of ISO 27001 to 2022, that is how you're going to force large businesses, especially technical businesses, to pick things up. And whether it's DNSSEC or some other type of certificate requirements, whatever the standard is, that should be part of the audit and not something that gets inserted into law.
Anyone else comments on the panel? Another question from the audience.
I just wanted to address that comment about standards moving on. One of the, I think, almost unique elements of DNS is that there's an almost religious adherence to backwards compatibility. And we saw that play out to almost ridiculous levels when the root zone rolled a couple of years ago, and people were clutching their pearls over a couple of virtual servers that had an old version of the trust anchor, and they would occasionally be turned on and then hit the root server, and we all noticed and panicked and thought that we can never ever roll these servers or roll the root key because those servers were holding us back. And then we did it anyway, and the world didn't break. And since then, there's been a couple of DNS flag days where we managed to turn off a whole bunch of broken server announcements, basically servers that were expecting broken responses, and we were dutifully replying or providing those. I would say a lot of this kind of attitude has held back the progress when it comes to security quite a lot. Now, I'm sympathetic to not rushing past the rest of the industry, and well aware that people aren't watching the IETF mailing list daily to see what the latest protocol updates are. But I think at some point we probably need to change the attitude of both the industry, the technical portion of the industry, but also the economic portion that supports it, to accept that having software that was last updated in 2005, and I'm giving you an example from an Australian government agency here, it's okay if that breaks. It's okay. We haven't failed as an industry if someone who has done nothing at all to their infrastructure and is still insecure, if we no longer accept that, and if we no longer give those people meaningful responses, that's okay. Otherwise, we will continue to compromise our security, our collective security, just so that someone can get a vaguely, certainly untrustworthy answer.
It's probably an economic factor there as well for organizations, but I completely agree with your point. And I think in the early days, even protocols with the IETF were turned off and then new ones turned on, right? But we've moved away from that and try and stay backward compatible with everything. So it adds more inherent risk to our security as we go forward a lot of the time. Switch gears a little bit. I mean, we've touched on that security, and I kind of think what it sounds like, or the misconception out there is that it's quite complicated, right? Trying to do security on the internet, and particularly with protocols like the DNS. One of the other things I'll note is that we introduce things like DNSSEC and other protocols around Anycast to help spread the load for DNS, but we also then introduce more problems. DNSSEC then is used against us to as reflection attacks and to make those DDoS attacks. I think Pat was talking about DDoS attacks, and makes them worse. So every time we think of trying to do something good, we also introduce a little bit of evil that can be used against us. But going one step further, I think again, with it being complicated, what role do us as infrastructure providers or us as knowledgeable people on these type of protocols play in educating maybe not so much the end users, but potentially CCs that aren't using DNSSEC, operators in businesses that run DNS infrastructure for their businesses, or even larger carriers and things. Myself, I think that there are probably a few hundred people in the world that really know and understand the DNS protocol itself and can operate it, and I think that's getting less every day. So what sort of role do we have in improving that education and potentially improving the online security? Save.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think education is really important in terms of introducing knowledge about DNS and its role in security. Here at ICANN, we've been able to introduce like fellowships so that the everyday user, if they're interested, can come to ICANN and participate in ICANN processes like policy development processes, understand more of the DNS, and network with the peers who are operating in the DNS space. Bringing it back to the region here, we've been able to participate actively in the NOGs, like the network operator groups, like for the Pacific, also in OSNOG in early years to introduce the concept of DNSSEC. And we don't work alone. There are many other organizations within the region and other partners who we work together, like say, for instance, APNIC, who also work towards touching the civil society group, going out there to businesses, and we do the same. And I think for us to continue that, there's always new users. And also, one of the things that we find is that even though you train people or you bring them up to speed, then there's always a gap, because then these people move on because they're technically capable, and then they move on from maybe an island country to go to an overseas country where they can offer their services better and get rewarded more. So those are the ongoing problems we have to do. We have to continuously educate, and then also for the new users that come online, it's really important that we share with them what when they do get online, what are the harms and the things that they need to watch out for.
Yeah, Pat.
So just to put something on top of what Saleh just said is there's ICANN does a pretty good job of going out into the community and having discussions and conversations about DNS and how DNS works. I think where we fall down is the follow-up on top of that, because there has to be, amplification of what's been shared and what's been taught, and what do we leave behind when you go to the next town or you go back to wherever you're from, in terms of what's that amplification. And I think that's where an opportunity is really for the community to continue to drive that those learnings.
Yep. Reg?
Thanks. And I want to draw a bit of a distinction between the work that happens at ICANN, which is primarily policy-based, and the actual technical standards of DNS and that kind of thing. And I love ICANN and I love the fellowship program, but I don't know that it's doing a lot of teaching about what the DNSSEC protocol is. My first day on the job at Minds and Machines, I was their lawyer, and the CEO plopped me down with a copy of DNS and Bind, and he said, "This belongs to you. Your job today is to read it." And at lunch, he came in and he's like, "How far did you get? And what did you learn?" And more than anything, that made me understand the technical underpinnings of the business that we were in and the policy that we were working. And that's something that I inflict upon other people as well. Read the first couple chapters. Don't have to read the whole thing of DNS and Bind, because you need to understand certain things about how this technically works, or you're not going to be able to do the business portion of it. I don't know where I was going with that. The question was, what is our role in educating people? I'm an evangelist for the DNS, so like I'll just talk about this at cocktail parties and then show up as well to places like AUIGF, because I think it's great. I don't know that that's something that we should all be required to do, but
You've made me think I need to go out and buy a whole bunch of DNS and Bind books and circulate them around the office for us, right? Thanks, Reg. I am noticing we are getting close to the end of our session, so I might just throw one more question out there so that I don't stand between everybody and their grumbling tummies. And obviously one of the hot topics all over the world right now is AI. And so let's pose an AI question around, machine learning becoming an AI becoming a tool for both us as defenders, but also the attackers out there. I'm wondering what potential do these technologies hold for enhancing DNS security, and also how, as I mentioned before, they might be exploited, because when we introduce something for good, it's usually used for bad at the same time. So let's just talk about and hypothetical what might bring for us going forward and what we might have to prepare for. Reg.
Thanks. My experience having used LLMs and having seen the output of LLMs is that they are great. They are a great tool. So if you give them very explicit instructions about something that you want to write, it can give you a first draft. If you have written a first draft and you have very specific questions about how you could improve it, then it can help you edit it. But it is very bad at creating things from whole cloth. So you have to already have a very fine understanding of what it is that you are doing with it. And then you have to trust that it has access to the information that is necessary to implement that. So when we're talking about security in the DNS space, you need to make sure that the LLM that you're using has access to information about what the DNS is, how it works, what types of security problems have been seen in the past, and how they have been solved in the future. And your standard ChatGPT is just not designed for that. So I have seen some successful implementation of LLMs that are used to improve DNS security. And I've also seen a lot of failures. I've also seen that people who seek to perpetrate DNS abuse can use it and say, hey, write me a Trojan. And here, I will put in 3 Trojans for you to review and see what it used to to learn from, right? So yes, everyone is using LLMs. I think that the technology is not yet there, but we are using them and we are learning.
Yeah, and I'll just throw in there, again, being able to work at speed, so some of these tools can work at speed. My thoughts are around, reading your query logs and things like that to try and potentially detect where an attack is coming from and cut it off quickly. So I want to just throw that in there for both Pat and Save to think about as well. Humans trying to read a query log, so that's for all the questions that come into DNS servers. We call it a query log, is massive. And, we deal with billions per day. And as Pat said, they're in the hundreds of billions. So it's impossible. But technologies like AI may be able to provide us on the defender side with capability to spot things a little bit earlier and maybe take action a little bit earlier. So throwing that in there as well. Sava, if you want to.
So all I can say is that AI and machine learning, they offer various advantages for enhancing DNS security. They can be used to detect anomalies, like you've just said, and patterns in the DNS traffic that may indicate malicious activity. So the automation of the analysis and responses to DNS threats allows for a reduction of manual intervention and human error, as well as a faster resolution time. So furthermore, these tools learn from historical and real-time data, adapting to new and emerging threats. Additionally, they can provide insights and recommendations for improving your DNS configurations, the policies, and best practices based on the specific network and business needs. That's what I say.
And Pat?
No, Adam, you hit it spot on in terms of how we're viewing AI in terms of trying to identify anomalies in very large, sets of query logs in manner, in ways that, what are trends that are seeing? What is the periodicity that something's happening? Those types of items to where a human's not going to catch that until something's happened. And this would certainly be an early alerting system for DNS traffic.
Yeah, great. I'll wrap there. If there's any other questions, I don't see any on Zoom. Anything from the audience? One more.
Thank you, Adam.
Annette?
It's not a question or a comment, but just to thank all of our speakers. Thank you, Adam, and all of the speakers. Thanks, Reg and Pat, for joining us in what is getting probably very late in your evening. And Pat, just while I have you face to face, I'm not sure whether it will be past your bedtime by the time we get to the closing plenary, but I just wanted to thank you for your support of the AUIGF. You were supposed to be here in person this year. We missed you. And I just wanted to say thank you for sponsoring our social event last night. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your support of the AUIGF. Thank you. Lunch is not in the same place as it was yesterday. It's downstairs today.
And thank you for everyone for participating today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
connectivity of getting signals from one place to another across this country with its vast empty space and its very small groupings and how we do it. But there's another aspect to accessibility, and that is the capability of individuals to join in a communication. And that's as big a challenge as the connectivity one. We've got two people here who are more than capable of talking about that subject. On my immediate right, we've got Gunilla Asbrink. She's been involved in disability for at least 500 years. She's organised workshops, spoken at national, international, regional, everything. She's a member of the APR IGF Multi-Stakeholder Steering Group, past member of the UN IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and inaugural Australian IGF ambassador. And Gunilla is a life member of ACAN, as am I, by the way, and played a key role in bringing accessibility criteria to the public and to me. My second right is also accessibility at the core, but probably differently phrased. I'm going to read her words because I'm going to say them incorrectly if I don't. She's a digital strategist and user experience, an accessibility specialist. She's based in Canberra and been an accessibility lead for both state and federal governments. And she currently is a disability consultant with Ability Works. And she's more recently co-developed an inclusive research workshops to share how accessibility early in project life cycles includes engaging people with disabilities as part of the inclusive research activities. So we're both going to spend at least a little bit of time, an hour of your time, slightly less, talking about accessibility and accessibility for people. People with disabilities is the language. First, what I'd like to ask first Gunilla, and then Bree. Actually, Bree, do you want to talk about your little sign for a moment?
Oh, yeah, if I can. So I've got my little sign up here. It's Aussie Way, aussieway.org. It's been around for about 20 years. Used to be an annual conference for digital accessibility professionals. During COVID, we kind of researched with our members the value of our annual conference because it was really just a self-help group of the same people. We kind of changed our process to be a professional membership. I think initially when they started the conference, they thought we should be doing ourselves out of a job. It's not happening. Tech's moving too fast. There's lots of new tech and things are still not digitally accessible. So having those professionals and those experts and training them up and getting people educated in digital accessibility is really important. So we are now a professional organisation. We do a lot of advocacy as well for digital accessibility. So please think about joining. We have a very cheap advocacy level of $50 a year. And those that are professionals can join a little bit more at those levels. And we do have a consultant directory, which is we were found that a lot of people are asking, where do I find digital accessibility professionals? So we thought we better start to manage that a bit better and understand what the quality and the consistency of advice is around that. So yeah, that's Aussie Way. And there is a page on the Aussie Way website, ozewai.org/AUIGF, where we put a lot of the resources that we're going to chat about today. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I? Okay, that's better. I've got to find the right level to speak to. Gunilla, let's start with you and your involvement with an advocacy for, I hate to say disability, but disability and your work and what you would include in disability that gets in the way of connectivity, because that's this conference.
It's in the way of.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting start. Thank you very much, Holly, and thank you very much for the invitation from Auda to speak with all of you today. I think we need to remember that persons with disability are a very diverse group in the community. The ABS statistics state that over 18% of our population has a disability. And so we're talking about a large number of people with a range of different abilities, but accommodations needed by us in the internet community to ensure that everyone has equal access as much as possible. So if we look at the theme of connecting local to global, and some of the challenges, and there certainly are challenges, I'd like to look at connecting local to global and global to local, because it's a cycle. And when it comes to particular things like the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which I know that Bree will be talking a lot more in detail about. These are international guidelines through the Web Accessibility Initiative, and they have a huge impact on how websites, but also digital services generally are designed so that they are as accessible as possible to as many people. And another action of this connecting local to global and global to local is in the area of public procurement. So government purchasing of IT systems and software and so on. If one considers including accessibility criteria in that right from the start, and as governments are one of the largest purchasers of IT, then that can influence the marketplace. And having done a research into this area over a number of years, it's really good that Australia has adopted the European standard called EN 301549, and Standards Australia now is working on continuing, making sure that any revisions then are adopted here, and Bree is a member of that Standards Australia committee. So there is that really good connectivity there as well. Now, taking local to global, we have a Disability Discrimination Act in Australia, and the Human Rights Commission have an oversight of what's called disability action plans. And that is for governments, non-profits, the private sector, to develop disability action plans. And I was very much involved with Telstra's development of several iterations of their action plans. And I was able to use that experience to advise the Internet Society in developing and drafting at this stage an accessibility operational framework, which will be going to the board of the Internet Society in November. So it's very exciting that all of this is happening, and I can detail later a little bit more about what that involves. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunilla. Bree?
Yeah, so just to add to that, about especially the local to global, we've had some wonderful sessions yesterday and today about remote communities, how it's hard to get the internet, get access to the internet. But then what happens when the internet access is there, and then someone with that might use some kind of assistive technology, someone with blind or low vision, or they need those other resources, they need to use their assistive tech, and they go onto a website in the local library that now has an internet, and the website does not meet the standards. They can't use it. So that's where digital accessibility comes in. It's that aspect of like you've got the internet connection, you've got your you know, the world in front of you, you've got the World Wide Web, but people are not creating those websites and those services and those tools to meet the standards that they should be. And that's where I think when I suggested to Holly that there'd be I think even our whole committee voted on having a digital accessibility topic because it needs to be across the board somehow enforced that these standards must be met. No one is checking. No one is checking that these websites are accessible. There's a lot in federal government that are doing some really good work, some local state government, but when it comes to maybe even some small businesses or local businesses or anything like that, if you are you're selling a product, even if it's something for your local business, there's really no one checking that it's accessible, and it's on the person that wants to use it to complain about it. And that shouldn't happen, not when we've got standards.
Thanks very much for both of you. I'm going to put in just a word here saying accessibility connotes lots of barriers, and maybe we don't want to talk about all of them, but I'm thinking about language barriers. I'm thinking about literacy barriers. I'm thinking about, I hate the word, but low literacy, the kind of skills that may or may not be available to actually use the technology. Do either of you want to comment on the sorts of barriers we've kind of focused, and I'm very aware of why we have, on the physical barriers? There are other barriers to actually connecting, and if either of you want to talk about those other barriers that just make accessibility to the internet difficult.
Yeah, I think attitudinal barriers by the general community is huge. There is such a lack of understanding really about what accessibility means. And often one thinks about a blind person and somehow they use a computer and somehow there's something happens so they're able to use it. Whereas the complexity of a screen reading program that blind people use to access websites, to use digital services generally, is key to their participation in the digital economy. But there's so many other aspects to it, and if we look at people with intellectual disability, how can a person with intellectual disability understand complex websites? How can a person who has limited digital literacy, how can they be safe online? And those sort of things are really, really important. And I need to come here to organizations building a culture of accessibility within their organization to really understand why are they building an accessible website? Because they are providing certain types of accessibility, and it's not just ticking a box. So it goes beyond just the web accessibility. While that's foundational, there are many other aspects too.
Yeah, and I think on that too, you know, it's technology, right? It's digital technology. It's supposed to make our lives easier. It's supposed to make our lives more, you know, optimized. We should be able to do everything on there. It's built in a way, especially when you talk about the web, it's built in a way that has some good structure. And if you do the right code, it actually is an enabler for people with disability. The barriers that are being put in place are the ones that are not making their products or their websites digitally accessible to those standards. So they're putting the barriers in place for these people to not contribute or participate. So it's one of those things that we really need to, you know, understand, yes, build up the culture in your organizations, work with and co-design your websites and your systems and your products or your services with people with disability, learn about how, you know, what plain language is, or the website content, the web content accessibility guidelines are, and incorporate that into your processes. Don't just go off to someone. And if you are externally asking a third party to build your website, put it in your requirements. You put in your cybersecurity, you put in your privacy, put in your digital accessibility requirements as well, and say, can you meet WCAG AA? That's all you have to say, and see if they understand what that means. So,
How do they find out what that means if they don't know?
well, there's Google, but it's web
We're
content.
talking about somebody who doesn't necessarily familiar with Google.
So web content accessibility guidelines, w3.org. It's a global standard. It's out there. You can search it. There's business cases of what you put into your procurement, and it's pretty straightforward. Or you can come and talk to any one of our members from Aussie Way, and we're always happy to help local businesses and organisations to be more digitally accessible.
Gunilla, I'm going to get back to you and some of your experience in both, well, successfully advocating for disability and where you would start, not only in this room, but where you would start with governments.
Okay, with governments, yes, developing policy is vital, and when it comes to policy, there are two aspects to this. It might be that there is a Communications Act, for example, and that
Just could be.
Yes, that could be, and it's incorporating accessibility provisions in that type of legislation and also in regulation, and so that is key, and also then a counterpoint to that is having in any accessibility legislation, policy, and so forth, reference to IT. So it goes both ways, and I think that certainly that is the starting point to have that foundation, and then you build on that with discussing various particular issues. But I'll come back to two key points. It's building that culture of accessibility and having accessibility champions that could be certainly within government on a different layers, and that could be other organizations as well. So they are people, say at the senior level, but also at different levels, who are there to pick up on points and say, oh, have you thought about accessibility here? Have you thought about accessibility there? And it could be developing policy. It could be developing privacy legislation, for example, and saying, okay, how would that affect a person with a disability? So having provision in there for that is really important as well.
I think there's also some interesting things happening overseas that maybe a lot of people are not aware of. There's the European Accessibility Act that is going to be enforced by member states 2025, June 2025. There are some of the member states are actually putting fines in place or jail time for companies who sell inaccessible products to the European Union. So if you're an Australian company and you want to do some business in Europe, better start getting your digital accessibility hats on, and start to understand what WCAG is, starting to kind of, work with your teams to build those products more accessible. We have got some new policy in Australia as well through the Digital Service Standard at the Digital Transformation Agency. There's actually an inclusivity policy that a lot of other federal governments are now having to kind of meet that policy. So they're pushing out lots of like, come and help us to build what is a digital accessibility education system, or a digital accessibility, at the ATO or some of those places. So that is driving some change at the federal level, and you'll start to see that more locally. So think about how you can be involved in that as well.
Thank you. just a check. Have we got any questions online? Good. Okay, thanks. Now, I was going to actually ask for one example from each of you about something that has happened over the past few years that shows how you can make progress in terms of accessing particularly communications. What are the things that have happened that work as opposed to what doesn't work? So you can think about the policies that have made a difference or that have not made a difference in accessing communications. Aside
This
from,
yesterday about the so-called the Sydney Olympic Games.
well, okay,
process.
that's
Maybe
an
that way.
example, but I'm just trying to think, well, has some of the legislation worked? And then what's left to work would be my next thing.
Yeah, from my side, I think it needs more work. We do
in-
need
in what
yeah,
areas?
there's at the moment it's all on the person who is having the barriers in place for them, and they have to do the complaining and all the work to do that as part of our Human Rights Commission process of complaints. But you know a little bit more about this than I do, so if you can answer that one.
Yes, when it comes to the Disability Discrimination Act, there was a case, Bruce Maguire versus the Sydney Olympic Organising Committee. That was in the year 2000, obviously, that's when Sydney Olympics happened. And Bruce is blind and he wanted to participate at the Olympics with his children. And he wanted to check the results of various competitions, and he couldn't get onto the website. It wasn't accessible, and so he contacted SOCOG, the organising committee. This was in the early days, as people wanted to buy tickets to the games. And SOCOG said, oh, no, we can't really help you. And it would be a huge expense to make any changes to this website. So he put in a complaint with the Human Rights Commission under the Disability Discrimination Act. And that went to facilitation. And there's a computer expert called Tom Worthington who went through and explained that, no, it's not really that difficult. Doing this, and this, it's not going to cost millions, as it was intimated. And SOCOG still said, no, I don't think we can do this. So back in those days, it was possible then to have a finding, and Bruce Maguire won that case.
Right.
And there was actually, I believe, some damages paid to him. So that was worldwide news, actually, when it came to web accessibility, that here was a very prominent website that was not accessible, and a blind person said, we want change. So that was fine, but unfortunately the goalpost changed over time with how a person with a disability could put in a complaint to the Human Rights Commission under the DDA. And so, sure, the complaints could be put, but it was, if it didn't succeed in facilitation, then the person with a disability would need to more or less have a court case, and that would be very expensive if findings went against them. And so the whole process of the complaints mechanisms have changed. That's not saying that there haven't been complaints that have been successful, certainly against the airlines when it comes to assistance, wheelchair assistance and other assistance for persons with disability traveling. And I can witness that myself because I use wheelchair at the airport. So I know how it operates.
But that sounds like a step backward.
Mm.
So you couldn't get damages unless you went to court. Do you recommend that we go back to actually having the Human Rights Commission being able to award damages?
Well, I think that's something for the Commission and the government, and I'd be very interested to see how we can work on that one.
Yeah, there's a new as part of the Human Rights Commission, they do put out advisory notes, and one of the advisory notes is on accessible ICT. There is a new one that's a lot of us in the community have contributed to, and it's I think it's coming out hopefully by the end of the year. It will have a lot more stringent kind of understanding about ICT procurement in building as well as buying. And for anyone that's interested with Aussie Way, we when you do go to buy products, you know, maybe it's through Microsoft or Xero or any of the products you might use for a small business. How would you find out if it was accessible? Anyone have an idea?
I want to know what happens if there is non-compliance. What are the penalties for people not being given accessible?
Well, unless someone complains, there's nothing.
What we've just heard is if you complain, you don't
Yeah.
get damages.
Well, in America, there's under their Section 508, you can be sued. I think with the European Union's new Accessibility Act, there's probably going to be more stringent aspects. But I think there's another side to it too. It's you know, the carrot and the stick. At the same time, we do need to educate people about digital accessibility. It's not even in our education system at the moment. Software developers are not taught about digital accessibility. So one of the things that Aussie Way is doing is working with the Future Skills Organisation about the digital capability gap, and one of them is digital accessibility. So we want to work with them to get digital accessibility understanding into our curriculums, into our schools, so that it's there right from the start. As soon as grade 7 wants to do a presentation in PowerPoint, they know how to check it for accessibility. They understand about some colour contrast, some basic stuff around WCAG. They don't need to know the whole WCAG criteria, but we want to get it into the education system. That's one way to do it. The other thing we want to do is educate those organisations or those companies that are building products that are not accessible. So we've started through Aussie Way what we call the product accessibility list. You can find it under our resources on our website. There's about 120 products up there now. We score them based on their public knowledge of how accessible they are. So there's most of these big companies, if you look at Google and Microsoft, will have what's called an accessibility conformance report. And if we can find one of those reports, we score them because we've got a WCAG criteria to score it on. And with our subcommittee, our Aussie Way has started doing that. Very few up there are quite accessible. So there's still a lot of work to do. But one of the things we want to do with that is that those that are accessible, we want to show them as good news stories and that they are building their businesses the right way, doing it. It also means that you don't use it during your tender process. You do it when someone, you know, in your organization says, "Oh, let's go get this new tool. Let's go get this new piece of software," that kind of thing. Then you go and look at this list and say, "Well, how accessible is it compared to some of the other tools that are similar?" And no one else has done this before. So you can also request a score on a tool or a software that you're using. So use the form to request that, and we're always looking for volunteers to help score for us. So you can learn about digital accessibility at the same time.
I'm going to back up a little bit. I think we're actually have to start with what Gunilla is going to talk about, which is a culture of accessibility. And that is what you just said, Bree, sounded like a bit of an add-on. So how do you create the culture that from day one, you're thinking about accessibility?
Yes, this takes time. This is a long road, but it's a very positive road to take. And it's building awareness at all levels of an organization. And that requires training. So you have internal training programs, and they should be updated every year because you have new staff coming in. And so that's part of a compliance of an organization to do so. And importantly, we are talking about the lived experience of disability. So we need to have persons with disability employed in organizations, be it government, non-profit, the private sector. And so if you have colleagues with disability, you're working with them. You see, okay, they might have a slightly different working style or use different tools, but you're working together. You become friends or not, but they are there in the organization. And so that builds that understanding of we are us, we are not you and me. And we are all together. And this is that concept of the other, which has been a real issue in the past. And I have to refer here to my very good friend, Reverend Dr. Christopher Newell. And he was a very provocative advocate, and he often talked about the other. And he made such an impact that we need to continue his work.
I know.
And building those accessibility champions within an organization. I'd like to give an example of a local government organization, Byron Shire Council, where I used to live. Each department, this was after a bit of advocacy, mind you. Each department developed an accessibility champion, and so each champion had regular meetings between those departments. So they shared ideas, be it HR, be it Works and Garden, be it the front desk, be it the IT section, and what they were doing and how they could help each other. And they interacted then with a disability advisory group. That obviously was people with a lived experience of disability again. So that takes time, but it really does make a difference to building the understanding and then you knowing why you want to do accessibility.
And just from my side, I'm currently doing some work with as a digital accessibility specialist with AbilityWorks in Melbourne. I don't know if any of you have heard of AbilityWorks. It's a wonderful facility. And there's a small team in there, an inclusive design team that I'm a part of. I'm mentoring 3 people with lived experience, a variety of different diverse backgrounds in digital accessibility. And we're actually educating AbilityWorks, generally the management team, the staff, other employees about digital accessibility. We're starting with, revisiting some of their branding and their styles. Are they actually, accessible? Some of it wasn't. Revisiting how they do their templates and their forms. So even just doing it within a company that is already got a great culture and working and, getting people with lived experience of disability into the workforce, they didn't know a lot about digital accessibility. So we're changing that. Their wonderful CEO, Sue, is now on a mission to be AAA compliant with WCAG. So we've got a bit of work to do, but it's very excited to have the right values to get there.
Thanks very much. You've got on your do you want to talk about impact?
Yeah. Often there's a perception that if an organization does work on accessibility, oh, it's going to cost a lot. Oh, it's going to be a lot of extra work. And why should we do that with, there's not that many people who are going to get benefit from it. So what's the point, really? But if, as we've talked about, that you have that strong culture of accessibility, then there's that understanding of why it's important, and that will naturally come about, that you will have an impact. You will have an organization, a workforce that has a richness of diversity and really is embracing IT for everyone.
I think there's a shift that comes too with this kind of changing culture. There's a couple of things here. So I've been running my background software engineering into digital accessibility, about WCAG, but my love is actually doing inclusive research workshops. As a user researcher, I want to work with co-design, co-facilitate with people with lived experience to develop, the services they need to be digital accessible from the start, before you even build the tech. And before you build the tech, it means you're talking to people. So it's about people. It all comes down to people. But one of the interesting things is we're running these inclusive research workshops, and we run them all online as accessibly as possible. We've actually developed some guiding principles about inclusive research. They're all on the AUSIWAY website as well. The interesting thing is we've run a few different ones with a variety of different cohorts. And we ran one recently with, I think, an organization, a global organization, who I think their maturity is just that little bit ahead. And you could tell the difference in the way we ran the activity questions. Instead of asking about how they started, they said, oh, we have some of these, disability, the disability groups within their organization already. How can we involve them more? So it was like you could see that next step happening. So it wasn't just like, how do we start? How do we talk to people with disability? They'd already had started that. So they were looking for the next step, what that means. And the W3C does have a wonderful accessibility maturity model. You can actually go through the steps through that maturity model and kind of assess your organization to that. And I think it was really nice to see those questions change as people become more mature and have a nicer culture around digital accessibility and people with disability in general.
I think that's called mainstreaming. I think it's called actually starting from how do we include everybody? I just want to back up a little bit though, and what we seem to have talked about has been more physical disability. How do we deal with some of the other things that we've talked about with disability that are not just physical, that in fact it's other challenges people have, mental problems, language problems, that sort of things. Is that all? How do you also mainstream the other kinds of issues that will include everyone?
So firstly, WCAG has been developed alongside people with disability, a variety of different types of disability, including hidden disabilities, cognitive disabilities as well, or issues. There's a whole working group in the W3C that looks at cognitive aspects and how they can actually be developed into new standards. They've got some wonderful checklists and things like that to help with understanding how to develop digital technology for those kinds of hidden disabilities. So I think that there is a lot of material out there that's already available, but we're still learning more. I think we're still learning a lot more about that.
And I'd like to turn that around in that with mainstreaming accessibility, we are here in this session talking about accessibility. Excellent. But there are a lot of other sessions happening. We've heard about online safety, privacy, the multi-stakeholder process, etc. And that's where the accessibility and disability voice also needs to be. So we're not segmenting off accessibility here. We need to discuss this as we are doing here, but it goes across. Accessibility is cross-cutting. People with disability, they need to have privacy. They need to have online safety. I shouldn't say they, we need that. We need it. And so to be part of that conversation throughout internet governance is really important.
And I was just going to say, yeah, sorry, go.
We have two questions here. If I could have your full name and if you're with an organization, the organization. Thank you.
Do you want to just finish your sentence?
No, it's fine. Go.
Sorry. I'm Joyce Chin, and thank you very much for this session. Honestly, I'm very new to this space, and I don't know a lot of the terms that I use, the appropriate ones. And I learned a new term today, which is mainstreaming in the context of accessibility. And I loved it because my comment actually was really to say that even people who are typically able, or however you think of, talk about it, benefit from accessibility options. Like every day, I'm so thankful we have accessibility options on my mobile phone, when I'm reading, when I'm watching. Yeah, when I'm watching Netflix and there's captioning, I need all that. And I think people don't realize what they need till they have it. And that's just for, the usual society. And I can't imagine for people who actually need accessibility at the core, right from the ground up, and how that has also benefited the rest of society. And my question is, do you deploy mainstreaming as sort of a strategy or some kind of a tactic when you're speaking or encouraging, say, software developers to deploy certain technologies? And how do you do that? How do you approach them with this sort of conversation?
Thank you, Joyce, for that excellent question. And we do indeed. We call it universal design or inclusive design. And so your examples, for example, of a captioning, sure, that's important for people with hearing loss.
The ramp?
And the ramp. But with a hearing loss, sure, that's for a person who has a hearing loss. How many of us look at that captioning because they might have missed a fact or something like that? And so it's reinforcing, it's helping us. And the same applies to, as you say, ramp. But if you're talking about a building, getting into a building, if it's a level entrance, it's great for a person with a wheelchair because it's designed that way, but it's also designed for parents with prams, delivery carts, all sorts of things. So there's a number of examples like that, I can say that in the disability space, there's been a lot of innovation happening. And for example, there's something, we all use, we all have text to speech, for example, and that was initially designed for a person who couldn't use their lower limbs. So that has made a big difference. And there was a Kurzweil reader for blind people very early in the days. That became a scanning equipment. So there's been a lot of innovation happening, and we'll probably continue seeing that. But it's bringing that together, the mainstreaming, the universal design.
And just to continue with that too, it comes back to the other things. We need to mainstream it in our education. We need to mainstream it in all our relationships. Like I said, we were running our own conference with the same people over and over again. And we are now going out to the conferences that need to be talking about digital accessibility and not. So I was hugely impressed with the whole setup here. So that was exciting. But usually we just run our own conferences and share that with the developers who may want to learn about it. We need to go to the conferences where all the developers are and talk to them about digital accessibility. And Web Directions in John Alsop is a strong advocate for that. And he sets us up with tables where you can come and check out Assistive Tech and talk to people about your websites. So we are trying to get it into that kind of mainstream space as well.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
work.
Joyce.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joyce.
Hello, my name's Anastasia Beasley. I'm a science communicator and I'm studying data science strategy and leadership at RMIT. I'm aware that people who are categorized as having a type of intellectual disability might have a different legal status. They might not be considered able to consent in certain contracts and things like that. So I was curious as to whether you know of any pathways forward for People with that kind of disability who are joining social media platforms, agreeing to privacy policies, stuff like that, where it really has to be consent that comes from them.
That's a really good one.
That
How do they
is-
navigate that?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, I'll just make a comment on that. There's some actual work happening in India with some legislation going through, and that if a person with disability, in this case, a person with an intellectual disability, should have a guardian sign off on any particular access or protection of their data. And there was a group of disability experts and advocates and lawyers who worked on that, presented some information to the Indian government about that. So watch this space.
I think even Ability Works, we're doing some reviews of how to get organisations to hire more people with disability, including intellectual disability. As part of that work, we're reviewing things around consent. So yeah, again, I think watch this space. There's some really exciting things coming out of that, and I think there's going to be so many more opportunities if we do it the right way and we co-design these kinds of facilitations and these, employment opportunities with the people, and not just tell them this is what you have to do, and they'll tell us. So yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Tom Lace from Outer, but I'm asking the question in a personal capacity. In some instances, or we spoke about procurement a bit as like accessibility to the core. I wanted to ask about situations where potentially that procurement ship has sailed and what you can do as an accessibility advocate, within an organization, not just in terms of internal advocacy, but also potentially on a platform basis. Is it about finding gaps where you can improve digital accessibility and sort of being content with that and then continuing the advocacy work, or what do you do in those situations?
Yeah. Yes.
Two-pronged answer here.
Yes.
I've got a couple of ideas for that. When we did a bit of research around our product accessibility list, I mean, that was one where people had jumped in, they'd gone to their tender, they'd booked something, they didn't have it in their requirements. One of the things that are coming out of that as some key, themes is, well, when do you renew that? So make sure if you haven't got it in yet, talk about when you're going to renew it. Can we put something in? Talk to the company that's providing you with that and say, do you have a roadmap? Even if they haven't put something in initially, have you got an accessibility statement? Have you got the basic stuff? Or you are planning to get to it? We're happy to work with you to do it. So it's kind of trying to be that reciprocal approach. If you can, if it's a larger organization, they tend to have an accessibility group inside the IT organization that you might have bought the product from. They're also fighting their own battles. Find out who they are and ask for it so that they, the actual salespeople can't say, oh yeah, we're fine. They're actually, so it needs to do a little bit of research. And I think that will help you with the advocacy as well.
And just to follow up, I can't emphasize enough the importance of trying to get a project from the beginning to include accessibility, because that makes it so much easier rather than retrofitting. So that's number one. But if that's not possible, then as Bree mentioned, a few strategies, and there are a number of companies that provide accessibility audits. And often an organization says to an advocate, oh, look, we have redesigned our website or particular platform, and could you have a look at it and see if it's accessible? And sure, we can I can do a quick wave. When I say wave, that's actually a software checker on accessibility. But to do it properly, it's I suppose being respectful too. That it's when it comes to being an advocate, we get often asked to follow up on a lot of things. Oh, could you check this? Could you check that? And I suppose it's the organization thinks, well, you're passionate as an advocate, and oh, can you help us with this? But it's like any part of a system. Say it's a security part of a system. Would you ask an advocate for security to be checking their security on the website for free? Not really. You would get a company to do that, and that is the same when it comes to accessibility. So there are some really good companies around who can do that accessibility auditing for you.
Yep, they're on our consultant directory.
And plus there are others as well. There's a range of them.
Yeah.
We're causing him a disability because the mic's short. I'm glad.
It's all good. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys.
See, he's the right height.
Yeah, perfect. My name is Swaroop. I'm a UX designer. I actually heard about Aussie Way, sorry, last 2 weeks ago. I was actually listening to your webinar, Bree.
Excellent, thank you.
So yeah, really loved what I learned in that webinar. Yeah, I mean, I'm a keen learner of accessibility. I'm trying to implement it in my designs that I create. And yeah, and I even tried to advocate it in my previous work. Unfortunately, as you're probably aware, accessibility is, it's an afterthought for most companies. It's often left behind when you've got a time crunch to release a project, release a product feature. It's almost like, yep, we've developed everything else. Accessibility can be left behind. We don't have to worry about that. So that's a sad reality. My question was actually around, I think they're called overlays. I think I learned this term, Userway. We've developed an overlay, and I just learned about another company who, from Germany, who've developed an overlay. For those of you guys who don't know, it's and you guys can correct me as well, but I believe it's an add-on to your website, which changes how the website is configured or displayed for different kinds of people with different kinds of accessibility requirements. So what are your thoughts around that? Is that a cheat way of making a website compliant? Is that appropriate?
Oh boy.
We've had a couple of discussions around this.
Yeah, we have.
Shall I start? You wanna go
Yeah,
first?
look, I'll just go quick and then we can follow up in more detail. Very much against overlays. It's supposed to be quick and cheap, and it's cheap and cheerful. It often doesn't work apart from a starting off point. It seems to be okay, but steer clear from that.
So yeah, they're a kind of a Band-Aid, I guess. If you think about it that way, they can, some people say, well, it does help me, but if it's not built properly, then it actually could break it for someone else that does need it, the proper code on the page. Some of these they're actually called, the overlay companies themselves call them accessibility widgets. So that's where we probably need to start calling it their terms and saying these accessibility widgets are not so good. They're especially bad when they start talking about a disability specifically, like this is dyslexia friendly. That's not appropriate. I did see there's one that I've got to talk to someone here that has increased text size. So that doesn't talk about the disability, it talks about the change to the tech itself. So it's going to change the font on the page. Well, in most cases, those people that need to change that text will know how to do it. Yeah. They'll know how to do it through the browser. There'll be free tools that do it. Don't try and do that for them yourself on your website when they've got their own tools to do it, because you could break their tools. So that's where one of the issues are. And they are selling them a lot to disability employment companies, thinking because they don't know enough about digital accessibility, so they've been able to sell them. They think it fixes things. I had a conversation with Yasmin Gray from Get About It, which said she wondered why sometimes she couldn't use a site. And she now thinks, well, maybe it could have one of those widgets on there, and she couldn't use it properly. So even sometimes the people don't know why it's broken. We're actually preparing some material through Aussie Way on what to look for, why they're not so good. There's already a wonderful website that's been signed by hundreds and hundreds of accessibility experts across the world called Overlay Fact Sheet. And it tells you about the different tools. So it's just about educating yourself that it's not necessarily the right way. But the problem is that they're selling them in a way that organizations think that they will not get sued because of it. And yet they can.
Nice. Daniel, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm learning heaps on the run here. One of the things in the Australian Digital Inclusion Index is that we see often a large digital divide for people with disability, and it goes to access, affordability, and digital ability. So there's some work to be done to get people actually able to use the tools that you're even describing, and particularly where we go into remote First Nations communities, we often see that that score on a percentage point might be 20 points lower for people with disability, based on compared with even other people in their communities, and those scores are generally low anyway. So I think it's. Have you got suggestions of what work needs to be done to sort of support digital inclusion more generally, quite apart from improving the services that are available for them once they are online?
Well, thank you for that question. And we had a previous session today about internet and essential services, and certainly in remote areas. This is where the old model of universal service obligations might be called into practice in some way, that there needs to be that support and finding those structures to do that in some of those old policy directions that can now be used in that sort of way.
I think is it Soraya from Samoa last night also talked about how not only were there connectivity issues initially in Samoa, but when they started doing their little hub, they had hubs, and it was about an education process at the same time. So you do need that kind of crossover. It's not just here's all the tools. You need that education process and that literacy. And she said that improved things when they had those little hubs. And I thought, well, that's probably something that's missing. And I think we talked earlier about that support in the communities, having people trained up in how to use that technology and teach their communities themselves is probably needed, as well as the equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're over time, but first of all, I'd also like to acknowledge Christopher Newell, who was an amazing pioneer and impacted on us both. Thank you, Bree. Thank you, Gunilla, and I hope we all enjoyed the last panel for this day. But thank you for attending.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Can I just say, I'd like to also say thank you to Auda for their journey along the way of improving accessibility, both online and on site. They have started research grants, including a section on disability, and done fact sheets on accessibility. And there's a new website coming up, so we'll see how we go with that. And also to the Department of Infrastructure, etc. on I'm not going to say the full name.
And friends.
And friends, that's right, for sponsoring the accessibility provisions of this venue, which have turned out to be really excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.